All right, are you guys ready? We're about to start here in just a few seconds. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like right now the timer is over and it is time to switch scenes and let's get started with the game. Now today we're going to play a game called Bannerlord, or Mountain Blade 2 Bannerlord. This was a really huge requested game from a lot of you guys here in the community here, guys, which is really nice. I mean, this is a game I've really been wanting to try. I made the jump, said, hey, let's do it. You know, the game is available on Steam if you like. Definitely check it out. I don't know much about it, so today that's what we're here. We're here to do a little bit of the campaign. Let's get ourselves familiar with the gameplay here just a little bit, and that way we can get started with that. All right, guys, so without further ado, let's go ahead and click on this campaign and see what we're getting into. Hype! Right? Solid. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it, man. How are you guys? What's up, Eridar? What's up, Jim? Oh gosh, guys, here we go. It's showtime. What do we got here? We got culture, characters, culture. So we get to choose our beloved culture here. We just got to figure out which one we want. Well, we'll definitely get it, guys. Don't worry about it. We'll definitely figure it out. So we got Valandians or Valandians. We got Sturgians. We got Empire. We got Sorry. Kusites. Canians. I can make out some of them. I can't. I'm terrible. I'm bad with this stuff, guys. Names, even the same thing with like names. I can't say names. You know, you're welcome, Solid. No problem, bro. No problem, man. It doesn't. I don't. Oh, whoa. We actually get a little description of what these cultures actually do for your characters. So this one gives us 20% more upgrade XP to troops from battle, which is really good. And then we got this one that gives 20% less speed penalty from snow. Looks like we're going to have weather in this game, guys. That's interesting. 20% construction speed bonus to town projects, wall repairs, and siege engines, guys. That's what these guys are going to get. So these guys are going to get caravans are 30% cheaper to build and 10% less trade penalty. All right. 10% extra speed bonus for horsemen on campaign map. Interesting. Want a faster horse. Good. Forest gives 10% less speed penalty to parties. All right. So I haven't really played the game to really figure out what I want to go about with, guys. The only way we're going to really know how to go about with this is actually from experience. So we're going to try to see which one here. Construction speed sounds pretty good about the towns and stuff. Cheaper building is good too. I don't know about faster horses and rainforest so much. It can be at a more strategic level. But this one gives you 20% more upgrade XP towards troops from battle. So, you know, I guess it depends if I want to go XP or do I want speed penalty reduce or construction speed or cheaper building. You know what? With this being said, guys, if this only gives you like speed bonus towards projects, so not like troops or just for giggles, I think I'm gonna go with the first one, guys. I think we're just gonna go ahead and go with the first one. Okay, so we got our little character here. Look, you can rotate your character. Whoa, I'm rotating so fast. Slow down. Okay. All right. Let's get our character customizations here. Now, of course, you guys already know we gotta show the lady some love. We're gonna pick a female character, guys. That's just typically what I do when I play games like these. Okay. Let's go ahead and get her some clothes. Does she talk? I don't hear her.
Next to each other!
Oh wow, you sound evil.
Attack! Soldiers! Close in! Close with them! Have at 'em! Make a shield wall! Get back! Stand firm! Engage! We won!
Yeah, wow, that base, priceless, guys. Completely priceless about that. Okay. So let's see what else we want to do here. Oh, we could change it.
On them! Now! Circle facing outward!
All right, do we want to go midget or do we want to go height? I think we'll just keep it in the middle for now, guys. All right, let's go next. Okay, so right now we got to choose our family, right? Family. What do we want with family? Because I really don't know right now. I think with family, we're gonna do. Oh my gosh, we have a bunch. So what? Wait. Oh, we got to choose them over here. You were born into a family of barons, retainers, urban merchants, yeomen, urban blacksmith, hunters, and mercenaries. All right, so I got 10 skill level and 1 focus point towards roguery and crossbow. Okay. 10 skill level to 1 focus point towards crossbow. Okay. Hmm. I don't know. I really don't know about any of these. It just depends, I guess, on what I'm playing as. 10 skill. Okay, I say let's just do hunter. Just for now, guys. Okay, choose your early childhood. Oh, cool. Cool. We get to pick our early childhood right now. All right. Well, with that being said, we're going to do as a child, you were noted for your leadership skills, your brawn, your attention to detail, your aptitude for number, your way with people, your skill with horses. All right, we get 10 skill level, 1 focus point for riding and medicine. Get more endurance with 1 on that. Focus, charm, and leadership. Focus, points to engineering and trade. Oh, wow, this is going to be interesting, guys. Let's do the first one. Okay. Um, like all village children, you helped out in the fields. You also herded the sheep. That gives us 10 skill for athletics and throwing. 1 attribute for a point of to control. Worked in the village smithy. Look at us. All right, that gives us 1 focus point to two-handed and smithing. Now I had to remember which one was our first one, guys. Right? We did hunter, and then we okay. So I want to make sure we're kind of focusing on what we're building here. Medicine and scouting, bow and tactics. I think we're going to stick with that since I did kind of pick. What says hunted small? Bow and tactics. Wanted to point to control. Let's go for it. Okay, youth in war torn Alradia, especially in the frontier of or tribal areas, some women as well as men learn to fight from an early age. You stood guard with the garrisons. Okay, that gives us crossbow and engineering and some intelligence. We rode with the scouts. That would give us riding it and bow with some endurance. Trained with the infantry, which would give us point to pole arm and one-handed. Interesting. Uh, joined the skirmishers, which will give us throwing and bow. I don't know. The only Mountain Blade I played was Warband, guys. So to play this one, I don't know how this game is going about with it or how throwing is going to be. It might be very useful. I don't know. Again, we'll have to learn as we go. That's the purpose of the campaign right now. Wow, she looks very excited. Right? Very excited there, guys. March with the camp followers. Right. It looks like the default one, right? Right. Points to the roguery and throwing. I think we're gonna go ahead and do this one, guys. Okay, so we have young adulthood. All right, we're growing up here. Before you set out for a life of adventure, your biggest achievement was you defeated an enemy in battle. That gives us focus point on one-handed and two-handed, which is 1+ valor and 20 renown. You saved your village from a flood. Interesting. Yeah. All right. Wait, what? That looks like the default one. I didn't customize my character. It's all good. I'm not. Or I could go back, right? If I go back, does it remember what I chose? Oh yeah, it does. It does remember what I chose. Oh, I see my stats over there. Ooh. Yeah, you're right. I did not do anything with skin tone. Okay, so we don't have much options then. Oh, never mind. I think we see it now. Okay. All right, guys, here we go. By the way, how's the stream running, guys? Is it running pretty good for you guys? Is there any lag? Is there any issue or complications with anything like that, guys? I really hope that there's not. Um, I hope it's running pretty good. Yeah, that was by far the most epic fail I think I've done in a long time. So face width, get a wide face, skinny face, keep it like right around there. Face depth, yes. Let's get it like right there. Center height, keep it right there. Face ratio, yeah, we'll keep it right there. Face weight, or face the weight like right there. Cheekbone height right there. Cheekbone width, and yeah, in a little bit depth, yep. And face sharpness, okay. We'll keep it right there. Temple. Not really see our temple too well, guys. Wow, look at the arrows, guys. They're moving. Wow, look at her hair. I think she got some like dandruff in there, guys. I think I can see it. Can you guys see the dandruff? I think I see some dandruff in there a little bit. Okay. Anyway, zoom out a little bit here, guys. Wow, look at her eyeballs, guys. You can actually see like the red parts of her eyes. Like that's impressive. Okay. Eye socket size. Whoa. What the heck? Okay. Our ear shape. We're not gonna really be able to see ears because of the hair. How do I change my hairstyle? Oh, hair is at the end. I kind of feel like I should do hair first. I think we're gonna do that. Let's do hair. Let's change our hairstyle first. Okay. Let's zoom out a bit. Definitely got all right. Okay. That's cool. Kind of gives you like that angel princess look. I like this one too. Wow, look. This one's pretty nice. Just a quick tie bow. Mm, I'm gonna do this one, guys. So hair color we could change. Can we go full white? We kind of could. Go dark. We're gonna go ahead and try to keep it like a lighter color with that one, guys. All right, let's get back to this part with the eyes. So the eyes we're gonna customize. Her eyes look a little crazy right now, guys. We need to fix her up real quick. We're gonna eyebrows. I think she's weak. Keep it like right there. Right there. And then eye position. Yeah, we need to fix her eyes. Look at her. Oh my gosh, what is wrong with your eyeballs? Gosh. Wow. What big eyes you have. Holy mackerel. Okay, so that's gonna be good. I think we need to fix that because that's like huh. The better to see you with. Right, right. The stream is running smooth. Sweet. Thank you guys. I really appreciate the feedback on that. Just making sure. So right now, GPU utilization, it looks like I'm at 60%. CPU is at 25, 30. I just want to make sure, but we're not really in the game yet. So I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out here soon, guys. Um, outer eye weight. Yeah. Let's bump that up just a bit. Give it a little exotic look here going on, guys. All right. Let's get some evil on her. We can make her look like an elf or something, maybe. Right, right, right. There we go. There we go. Eye color, my favorite. I want red. No red? No, no red eyes, guys. Not cool. Get like a brown, green. Blue eyes, I guess. I use the nope. Can't use the arrows, guys. I go with blue eyes, right? I can't get red eyes. Why? There we go. We'll go with that one. Yeah, let's go with blue eyes, guys. Why not? Okay, so now we have nose. Her nose we need to fix up here. Here's the angle. Gotta make it not look too crazy, right? Oh, she'll have a big nose like me, guys. Look how big my nose is. That's the Italian in me, you know? I'll have the big nose like me right now, guys, but we're gonna go ahead and smallen it up. A nostril. Wow, yeah, flare it up. There you go. All right, nostril size. Is that what I did? Oh, yeah, I could change it. Okay. Like right there, nose bump. Oh, interesting. Nose definition. Shape there, and like move which direction we want. Good enough. Okay, so now we need to get on to the mouth. Now that we're at the mouthpiece, we're gonna do the mouth width. Want small lips or big lips? Big lips, I think, are better, guys. Mouth position, we're gonna down just a notch. Lip thickness, yes, bigger lips the better. Not really. We're gonna bump it like right there. And then mouth forward. How far do we want her mouth to stick out of her face, guys? Maybe like right there. Okay, so then we're gonna want to do top lid. There's the jawline thing. We don't want her to have a big jaw here. Jaw height. Okay. Chin forward. If we give her a butt chin, yeah, let's lower that down, and then there you go, guys. What do you guys think? Yeah, yeah, it's good. I love character customization in video games, guys. It's so much fun. So much fun the things you could do sometimes. We'll try to make it look normal, guys. I don't want to make it too outrageous there. Give her a Jay Leno chin. Right, right. What is this? Change clothing? Oh yeah, we could change clothing. Okay, cool. Markings. Maybe we can get markings. Oh gosh, guys. Wow, we're going to war. Look at this. Mm-hmm. Oh wow, it looks like we got quite a bit of fear. We got scars we can do. She could really change her eye there. Um. No, I'm not really feeling most of these, really, to be honest. A lot of these are kind of. Let's do the scar. We'll do like a beast came after me. We could change the. What does this do? I think that's more for like the face paint or whatever, guys. All right, so this part is good. We're gonna go ahead and click next. Okay, so Hunter, that. Okay, so it knows. Good. Okay, so we have control and cunning. We're not really doing too well in the other parts of our character right now, guys. I didn't even see that we had like a character tree there to the left side there. Yeah, the colors are for the face paint. Gotcha. Yeah, I kind of figured. Kind of figured there for the most part. I love that this game's on window borderless, guys. I can literally scroll out of my screen and come back to my screen. Love it. 2020 modern games, awesome. You know, no excuse. Every game company should be doing this. Like many families in Call Radio, your life was upended by war. Right. Your home was ravaged by the passage of army. By the passage of army after army. Wait, what? Your home was ravaged by the passage of army after army. Army after army. Okay, now I get it. All right. Eventually, you sold your property and set off with your father, mother, brother, and your two younger siblings to a new town you heard was safer. But you did not make it. Along the way, the inn at which you were staying was attacked by raiders. Your parents were slain and your two youngest siblings seized. But you and your brother survived because you subdued a raider. We got one focus point to one-handed and two-handed. I feel like I need to really focus on my one-handed, two-handed weapons because that's typically what I did in the other Mountain Blade. But I don't know. You draw them off with arrows. Went into bow and tactics. You rode off in a fast horse. You tricked the raiders. Okay, that's probably going to be like charisma or whatnot, and leadership and charm. But does it show what I get? It does show my extra stats. I need to look at my skill tree here, guys. Hmm. Hmm. Hey guys, I don't even think sound working. I Hold on, guys. Before we get too crazy with everything, let me fix these sound commands real fast. So yeah, they broke again. I gotta really work on this. There we go. That's good right there for the part I want to save for the most guys. All right, let's try to get back into the action here. Okay, so in terms of like right, so this one will give us that, right? See the 1 point we get, that's it. Oh no, we get 2. We get a lot of social. It gives us cunning, endurance, and cunning. I think I'm gonna do this one. Okay, so review. You prepare to set off with your brother on a mission of vengeance and rescue. Here is your character. Click finish if you are ready, or go back to make changes. My name. We're gonna call her. Should I do the IE? We'll do the IE guy. Culture, family, hunters, blah 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 blah. Next, all right, let's go. Determine the game difficulty. Oh my gosh, friendly troops receive damage reduced to 1/3. Wait, able death. Choose if the heroes are able to die. Whoa. Auto allocate clan member perks. Auto allocation of perks for members in your clan. Go with those. Okay, we'll go ahead and do that. For the most part, I think we're all good here, guys. All right, everything looks like default, which is good. I want my character to die? Is that a good thing? Am I gonna have to build her again? Oh, hold on, guys. What's going on here? What is going on here? Oh, I gotta read. Oh, no narrating. Okay. Sister, it's been 3 days now, and we've been tracking those bastards. I think we're getting close. And the need to think about what happens if we catch them. How are we going to rescue Varric and Eldon? Are you up for a fight? Oh, this looks like an old training field for the legions. Perhaps we could spare some time and brush off our skills. The practice could come up and useful and we can catch up with the raiders. I'm going to run the course. I need to fight and I cannot fight if I have to. Continue tutorial. Yeah, we're gonna do that, guys. We need that tutorial right now, trust me. Let's go then. Play the combat tutorial. Yes. Alright, what am I doing? What am I doing? Oh, tutorial. Movement. You can move your character. WASD. Okay. Wow, look at that. Okay. Enter training area. Oh, we gotta move. Wow, look at those guys. They're really fighting. Can I go first person mode or anything? Oh, that's leaving. No, I don't want to leave yet. Okay, so we got a crossbow, which is good. Okay. All right. Mounted spear. Or yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and am I supposed to grab both? Oh, no, I can only grab one, guys. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and go with this one. Wait a minute. Okay, so duck is Z. Oh! Oh, alright guys, let's mount the horse. Alright, finish the track and hit as many targets as you can. Oh gosh. Oh, I just smack into the thing, guys. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Okay, where's the other targets at? Oh, we can zoom in. Right. Oh, I miss. Hey, what? What's up, Thomas? Oh, no. Successfully finished the track with 85.1 seconds. You receive... Wait, what? You can dismount the horse with Z or F? While looking at the horse. Oh, okay. Choose another weapon and go into the training area. Okay, well, we're gonna go with the spear here, guys. Not much. Okay. That's good, guys. That's good. Alright, so for the most part, guys, I think we're good. So get back on the horse. Alright, lady. Come, my lady. So with this one, what am I doing with this one? Finish the track and hit as many targets as you can. Oh, well, this would be interesting. Oh, okay, I got it. Oh. Whoa, we're breaking bases here, guys. There we go. We got one up top. Oh! Terrible, guys. Terrible. Let me try third person. There we go. Maybe it's much better in third person. No! Maybe I don't have to hit him. Wrong way. I know it's the wrong way. Oh, gosh! Oh, you said... Oh. Spear has 2 attacks. Up and down.
You will bleed!
Okay. Oh, this will be two-handed. Oh gosh, I missed that. It just says hit as many targets as you can. It doesn't have to be perfect. There we go, guys. There we go. And swing and a miss on that one. Wow. Wow. Oh gosh. Don't hurt yourself now. Here's another weapon. So we got the last one here, guys. This one, it looks like it's going to be a sword. Let's get back on the horse. And let's go. Alright, here we go. Man, I missed that one. Wow. Oh, okay. I kind of get what I got to do here. I see why I screwed up. Oh. This made me too high. Do I have to do that same thing I did before with the, where I make the arrows do it? Yeah, I'm missing. I'm missing bad, guys. Nope. Wow. Wow. What can I do with this? Oh, the horse doesn't jump? I was like, strike 3 and you're out of here. Right, I screwed up, guys. I screwed up, man. All right. It's all good. It's all good. We're figuring it out. We're figuring out. Choose another weapon to go into the training. I did them all. You can leave the training field by holding tab. Oh, yeah, we're done. Okay, so that's it for that part. Don't leave yet? Oh, gosh. Tricks, why? Why would you do that? Go back to training? Okay. Oh, it still remembers what I did? Sweet. Enter the training area. Oh, wait, there's 3 different areas. Choose a weapon to begin training. Get to shooting position. Okay. Hit all the targets. 6 left. Okay. Oh, wait, we gotta hold it. Alright, let's... yeah, I'm not really too good with this. Hold on. Let me hold it there. Go down. There we go. Got it, got it, got it. There we go. Yes, fired, guys. Fired. Fired. Probably if I duck, it might be easier. There we go. All good. All right. Choose another one here. We're going to go ahead and try to go with the arrow. I think the arrows I'll do much better. This time I'm going to do 3rd person here. Oh. Oh, duh. No wonder. Come on. There we go. Yeah, I like bow and arrows much better, guys. Alright, what's this one? What the hell is this? Oh, I'm throwing spears? Shoot it. Oh, gosh. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah, so these are kind of like the old school thingies, which is kind of cool. Oh, the wind messed me up. Oh, a little higher on that one. Got him. All right, we did it. Here's the thing. In 1st person, you'll have to aim higher than in 3rd person. Keep that in mind. Okay, okay. Okay, so this training area is done, guys. Let's move on to the next one here. This one is done. We're gonna do this one first. What am I doing here? Choose a weapon to begin training. Guess we'll do this one. Okay. Go to the trainer. Oh gosh, what are you doing? Defend from the left. Let's put this guy's face. Attack from the left. From the right. The top.
Yeah. I'll split your skull!
I gotta aim the mouse more. Duh. Choose another weapon, go into the training. Okay, let's grab another weapon here, guys.
Yeah!
Yeah, my advice would have attack by mouse and block by keyboard. Yeah, I think, remember last time, what did I do? I did like, what setting was that? I know it was in the settings, I remember that. Yeah. I did that with Warband. Yeah, I did that with Warband. I do remember that was much better. Blocking. Control block direction by movement keys. Control attack direction by... I think I'm gonna do this too. I'm gonna try it. Yeah, see, it's much easier. Yeah, it's much better for me. Alright, choose another weapon to go. No, we're done. So what's over here? Anything? Oh, that's these guys. Oh, oh. Ooh. Oh gosh, I don't have anything. Oh no. Well, I think we get the idea though. Oh, this is for a different area. Oh. Oh, go for the veteran? Okay.
You in hell! Yeah.
Ah.
I'll cut you down!
There you go. There you go. That's it, guys. Finish the training, but it looks like we got different weapons to do this with, though. Oh, that was a low attack. Oh no! There we go. With no shield? Right, right. Practice blocking for a while with no shield, yeah. It's easy. Alright, next one. Okay, so we'll do this one. Well, I got infinite stamina too, so you can't really do that in a real battle. Come on. Come on. Almost, almost. Oh! Oh, you got me, partner! Hey, how do I counter? Like... Yeah, how do I thought we could, like, counter. Eat his bash. Oh, okay. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, okay. So ease the kick. Okay. So this area is done. So mounted training. Mounted spear training. So it looks like my mounted training needs practice on. That was brutal, bro. Right, right. My regular melee here, guys. Woo! Okay, so I guess we're done here. Everything's... kind of cool. Oh, look at that. Oh, I kicked the horse. Ooh, kicked the horse in the nut. Oh, God, I kicked the horse in the butt. That's right. Giddy up, giddy up. Oh, look at the saddle. Oh, and the horse in the face. Oh, oh, look at that. Oh, here we go. Ready, guys? Oh, hold on. Come here, horsey. Hey, wait, wait. What are you doing? What are you doing? There you go. That's how you do it. All right, guys. Come here, horsey. Hold your horses. Bet a horse doesn't like get up and like just kick me in the back of the heels, guys. That would be insane. All right, guys. I think we did it. We good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Yeah. Go back to training or leave. Here's the training field. Training field. Wait, there's another training field. What's this one? Oh wow, we can zoom out, guys. Look at. Oh. That's insane. Where was I? Definitely not here. Alright, so I'm in that little tiny training field there, guys. Did I go here? This is the Southern Empire. Okay, so what am I doing here? Like, kind of like Risk? Looks like we got different factions here. Alright, well, let's do, I can't do these. What am I supposed to do here? Oh, it's paused. Oh, okay, I got it. Quest activated. Travel to village Tavia. Tavia. All right. Navigating Call Radio. Welcome to Call Radio. You can explore the world map by moving the camera. Oh, WASD. I knew that. Expanding your view by right-clicking on dragging the mouse. Blah 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 blah. The regular stuff. Yeah, give it a try. Okay. Okay. Cool. Cool. Wow. Look at my character. Oh, what's with my character? Moving your party is done by clicking on the map. This will leave a mark on the target location unless you have clicked in inaccessible areas such as mountains or sea. Let's set off for travel. Yeah, we want to go here. Oh, wow, that was fast. Okay, take a walk around. You have arrived at the village. Oh, it's cool. It's kind of like a little RPG type deal. Let's walk around and see what we can find, guys. Oh. We're here. I guess so. We need food, and after that, maybe some men to come with us. Yeah, we need some men. The headman here can probably help us. Let's try to find him. Alright. Wow, there's actually like life. Wow, this is an interesting campaign. Speak to the headman. You can press left alt key to see location. Gotcha. Okay. I am Oros, headman of this village. What brings you here? We need help. Some raiders have taken our younger brother and sister captive, and we think they may have passed this way. They got your people too? Sorry to hear that. Those bastards have done a bit of killing and looting in these parts now as well. Ooh. We think they've gone north. I reckon there's a few folk around here who will join you in going after them if you'll pay for their gear. Wow. I have to pay for their gear? I don't know, guys. I don't think we really need help anymore. I think we're okay. I think we're gonna be fine. Once you made preparations, come and talk to me. Again, I may have a task for you, and after going blah blah blah, I can't see it because like I'm gaining points right now, guys. Leaving a mission. To leave a mission, you can hold down the tab key. This will return you to the settlement menu where you can purchase supplies and hire recruits. That's all I need to do right now then? Okay. Yeah, you already know where we are. Always, bro. Alright, so we got recruit troops, buy products. Alright, so recruitment. Your brother has asked you to hire at least 4 men before you set out to face the raiders. You can hire troops from villages and towns by clicking on the recruit troop button. Okay. So we click this. And right now we have 1,000 guild gold coin, whatever we want to call it, right? Somewhere in that nature, guys. Okay. No tables help you recruit more and better higher level troops according to your relation with them. Click on some troops and you move them to your party. Okay. So here's the headman's troops. Headman's troops. Oh yeah. Okay. So these guys are all kind of look the same. How do I? Oh. 200. Oh. Too much moolah, man. Too much. Too much, guys. Heck? Dum 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 dum. Alright guys, you know what? Just what I want you guys to do right now. I want you guys to spam emojis in the chat, guys, if you guys can. Man, whatever emojis you like. Whatever's your favorite, guys. Give me your expression. Tell me how you feel. Tell me what you like. Tell me what you don't like. Tell me what's going on. Tell me what can be going on. Whatever you guys want to do right now. That'd be awesome. Alright, so we got the troops. Things are looking great. Let's go ahead and continue on to see what else we're going to do here, guys. That's it? We're done? I think we're done. Buying food. You should purchase supplies on the settlement menu to the left. Buy product. Hey, buy product. I like the labeling for that, by the way. It's really good. Ooh, hey. Oh, you guys are making me hungry. You guys are making me hungry. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. So. Bam. Well, there is one thing I really want to try out, guys. Honestly, is maybe even do like a clip here real quick just to see what the clip will look like. I don't know if this clip will work, so I'm testing this clip. Does this clip actually work? It probably doesn't, but I will find out. I have to check my clips. How do I check my clips? I don't know, but it's got to be somewhere, right? I'm actually going to check this real quick, guys. Hold on, clips. Let me actually move this over to the left one more time. Okay, clips. Open last clip. There you go. That works. So we do that, right? Okay. Perfect. Oh, I spelled that totally wrong. So when I type that, what does that do? It opens up my browser. And hold on. Looks like it's doing something here. See something here. Wow, it works. Or no, wait. Yeah, it did clip. It clipped the yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. So bam. Well, there is one thing done. Buying food. You should. That's interesting. That is very interesting, by the way. All right. Your brother recommends that you purchase 2 stacks of grain. Just 2. What? Oh, that's my party. Oh, give 2 and I take 2. Okay. You will pay 30? Ooh. Okay, yeah, no, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, it was a little confusing here, guys. And you know what? And just for bragging rights, guys, for those that are here right now, guys, if you guys are subscribers, you guys are now in control of the chat. Type whatever you want, guys. You guys have exclusive access to the communications comms. If you know me. But seriously, guys, we got to get back in the group here. All right, so we got the products, we got the troops, which is perfect. I don't know, guys. I mean, I really don't know. What do you think, Trix? Like, what do you really think we should do here? You know, like I'm asking you, and you're not even replying to me. Man, so useless sometimes. I'm telling you. All right, so see what else we got here, guys. We have talk to the headman on the menu to the top right to show the important message in your current location. Click on the headman's portraits. Okay, so we talked to the guy up here. Okay, good. All right. Talk. That's it. We're going back to talk to the man again. Ah, dude, why do you look like that? What's going on here? 2 horses. What's with his feet? What's wrong with his toe? Guys, I think he has like a Ninja Turtle toe. What is going on here? What is this, man? That is insane. That is freaking insane. Wow. Alrighty then. Have you finished your preparations? I am working on it. So we're not done? It left years ago, right? Wait, what am I supposed to do now? That's it, I'm done? Hold on, so I'm not done with my preparations? I had 2 grains. There's nothing on the tutorial? Quest. Talk to the headman orals. Okay, that's done. Recruit 4 troops. 0 out of 4. Click recruit troops on the... Wait, what? What? Oh, I never bought them. Wow, I never bought them, guys. We finished our preparations. Let's talk to the headman again and see. Okay. All right. Well, let's talk to him again, I guess. Oh, I could have just clicked the thing. Oh, gosh. Could have just clicked at him at the other menu there. Wow, guys. What an epic bail. Unbelievable. Unfreaking believable. Oh, we got a midget. Oh my god, that's awesome. Guys, hold on. I gotta check this out. These midgets are kids. Oh my god, that's so sweet. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. That is awesome. All right, guys. Go ahead and turn it off so everybody can talk in this room. Where is he? He's right here, guys. Let's talk to him real quick. Glad to see that you found what you needed. Now, about that matter that I mentioned earlier. Yeah, what do you want me to do? Come on. What do you want me to go kill? I got it. Want me to be your mercenary? Let's go. There's a wandering doctor who comes through from time to time. Name of Tactios. Treats people for free. We're fond of him. Oh, what's the problem then? Well, we last saw him a few days ago. He was carrying some sort of chest, which he was very mysterious about. He was on some sort of quest, he said, though wouldn't tell us more. He's missing. Okay, search and rescue. Gotcha. He set up to the road just a few hours before the raiders come through here. Well, he's not really a whirly type. Just the kind of fellow who stumbled into a trap and let himself be captured. We're worried about him. Okay, if you can keep an eye out for him in the Tactios, we will be very grateful. Maybe if he's alive and well, he'll tell you a little more about his quest. Alright, very well. You leave a mission, you can hold down the tab key. This will return you. Okay, so that means we're done here. Alright. What's this gameplay like? What's up, Council? How's it going, man? How's everything going? It's a kid, not a midget. I don't know. They're both short, so it's all good, right? It's all good. Right. Absolutely. That is amazing. Me. Alright guys, so here we go. Let's see what else we're going to do here. So right now, we're done with Tavia, or Tavea, whatever it's called. Well, we're paused. Why are we paused? Let's zoom out. Wait. I do have quests, guys. Let's look at our quest real quick. So locate and rescue traveler. Look around the village to find the party that captured the traveler whom the headman told you about. Oh, so I gotta go... Wait, what? Oh, I see. The raiders. Wait, I'm not supposed to attack the raiders yet, though. It's an interesting game, Kelso. It's actually really nice. I'm liking it. It's not that bad. Like, I didn't think the campaign would be this nice. Thank you, Kat. How are you, by the way? How's everything going? Are you guys excited for the new Sea of Thieves updates? Compare it to? Ugh. You know what? The campaign... Let me play a little more before I really compare it. I'm not 100% quite sure right now. Right, quite yet. Right. See, I played Warband. But that was like... We're talking... Like, what was it? Like, 2009 or 20... I don't know. I forgot what year that one came out, but it's a pretty older one. Yeah, it is pretty hard to answer that. There are a lot of classic games I could compare this to, but not quite because this is a more modern, like, you know. I'm still learning the campaign myself. I literally just got out of training and I went to the first village. I just started, guys. So do bear with me with that one. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, I'm glad to see you guys are doing good. Okay, so what is this character? This is my character, guys. I need to change my outfit. My character looks crazy. Let's go back to quests. For quest, locate and rescue the traveler. Look around the village. It said look around the village, so maybe I need to go back here. Look around the village. Can I talk to random people? Oh, wow. Interaction with this person is disabled during tutorial. Oh. Okay. Let me talk to Headman again. I don't know. What about you, miss? You know anything? No interaction during the tutorial, guys. Oh, I'm still in the tutorial. It said look around the village, but can't talk to anybody though. Wait, that's a female character? Yeah, Thomas. Come on, bro. Stop looking behind you. Look. Okay, guys, you know we gotta do it. You know we gotta do it. Let's get off the horse for a second. Let's look at this. What do we got? Cabbage? Wow, look. Oh, my horse! Oh! No. Come back. Hey, I was just kidding. I was joking. No! Come back to me! Horsey! How do I call my horse back? Oh, gosh, guys, I screwed up. Oh, I done it again. I lost my horse. How do I sprint in this game? Is there a sprint button? Guys? Oh, ooh. There we go. There we go. How do I call the horse back?
Hey, bro. Yeah, you'll basically the horse is gonna come back to you when you leave the village.
Oh, so it's just having a little temper tantrum because I did kick it, and then I'll get it back.
Shows that you don't hit animals.
Oh, well, I wasn't hitting it. I was just, you know, just petting it.
You punched it in the face, Trix. Come on.
No, I was showing the horse my pedicure, and I guess I got a little too close.
Exactly. And just to answer one of your questions, when you were at the map, you said, why is the game paused? Basically, when you interact with either parties, towns, villages, so on and so forth, the game automatically pauses for you, so you can take your time to make a decision or what you need to do. Just so you know.
Do the animals poop in this game?
Hang on here though.
Okay, it's not really a spoiler or anything, but like when I went to the map, I saw the raiders, right? And it did say look around the village. Okay, so clearly around the village, interaction is disabled currently.
No, when they say around the village in this situation, they don't really mean to go
in the village, but around.
On the map.
Makes sense. Okay.
The parties with exclamation marks. Those are your.
Yes. Okay. I kind of figured. I just didn't. I know we weren't supposed to battle the raiders, but I did hire the headman.
You are. No, you are. This is your quest. You need to defeat those 3 parties. That's what your quest says.
All right. Well, I'm gonna.
If you press J, you'll find what you need to do. Also, don't forget to level up your character. Keep that in mind.
Does it cost anything or is it free?
It's free.
Well, I like that. Okay. All right.
Sour, please help.
All right, guys. Let's see what we're gonna do here. So we got a couple people here. We got battle level 6s. These are all level 6s. We're gonna go. Or wait, let me zoom in. Unknown behavior. So did I? Has an available quest. Neutral. Oh, we gotta leave settlement. Right? There we go. Oh, look, guys. Look, these guys are running. Man, these guys are running. These guys are... Anyway. Let's get back in the group, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and try to chase one of these guys. Oh, wait, hey, what the heck? Where you going? Wow, look at this guy with the axe. Whoa, you got a big beard. That's my party? Oh, no. I need men. I can't just go in there by myself. You encountered a raider party. Attack. Send in your troops. Oh, it's a tutorial. Okay, so it looks like the only option we have right now, guys, is to attack. Oh. Oh. No. Get back on the ship. Battle commands. You can tell your men to charge by opening the movement hour orders with F1. Okay, we got F1. Oh. Okay. I don't know where the raiders are. Oh gosh, they're right there. Okay.
Get moving!
And choose an F3. What the?
Onwards!
Oh gosh!
Spread out!
Okay, guys. First raider party here. Not too bad. We got one more. We got one more just sitting about. We're gonna go ahead and left swing it on this one. Oh wait, he's down. He's down. He's down. Yep. Captain. Oh. Oh, swing and a miss. Come on, my horse is bloody. Look at my horse.
Yeah.
All right, guys. We need to really get back into motion here. Where's my men doing? Are they slacking again? You can tell your men to charge with F1.
Get moving!
Hey, how do I cancel this? Oh, wait.
Spread the field!
Okay. There we go. 94, okay. All right, here goes this guy. Oh. Did we get him? No, I lost one of my men, guys. All right, come here, Raider. Come here, what are you doing? Oh, where are you going? Get off of me! My horse health is down, guys. Not looking too good here. Right in your face, bro. Right in your face. You did not see that coming. Oh, we did a good job, guys. Battle 1.
Okay, permission to actually explain a few things regarding that combat system.
Yes.
bastards!
Okay, let me meet your stream so I can
Yeah,
actually-
so F1.
Okay, let's
F3.
do things one step at a time.
Heaven be
Just press F1. One step at a time. Press F1, let's see what...
And I see a bunch of F keys afterwards.
Exactly. So F1 controls your unit's movement. And then you select what you actually want to do by pressing the corresponding F. The tutorial was telling you to go charge, so you should have pressed F1 to control movement and F3 afterwards to charge.
Ooh.
You get back
not
out
a
of
one,
command
Brady!
menu by pressing right click.
Fall
Right now
back!
they will not actually move because you won the battle. Let's press F2 for example. Let's see what other options we have.
Okay, so this is face enemy.
This is the way your units are facing. Well done on that one. Let's press right click to back away and go to
Oh, right clicks like a back.
exactly. F3 it's formation. Right?
Hold your
So
ground!
basically on the formation you press F4. I don't want you to press F3.
Oh, so these are like formation. Oh.
Exactly. This is how you form a formation. And for example, let's say you are forming a formation. To tell your people to go to a location and hold there, you press left click on the map. You can see that flag. They are gonna go to your flag. When they are charging, when you're telling them to charge, that will literally tell them to charge. You don't need to press anywhere. You just issue the order to charge. Again, they will not do anything right now because you won the battle. Right?
Yeah.
Form a circle!
Okay, so they won't do the formation right now.
Circle
They
formation!
won't do anything because again, you won the battle.
Yeah.
Stand
Okay.
apart!
F1's movement. F2's direction. F3's formation.
Back to hold arrow! Release arrows!
So wait, so the other half keys are just, or the F keys are just like shortcuts.
Yeah.
Two horses! Soldiers in charge!
Okay, so F7. Well, it's gonna show me this in the tutorial anyway, right?
Not really.
Victory! We've shown
This is really advanced and stuff. I would not go more than F1, 2, and 3.
Heaven be praised!
Here, what you just opened, you can reassign units and
Victory is
certain
ours!
formation sets. Again, I wouldn't bother with. That's way too complex for your current.
Okay.
The bastards!
All right, guys. So right now we're back to the tutorial, rescuing and taking prisoners. Ooh, nice. After a hard fight battle, you may have the choice to take prisoners or recruit those that you have freed from your enemy. Both options are done by transferring the troops to your party with the little arrow button to the bottom on the left. All right, so here was the raiders. So when I click this arrow button, it transfer. So we get one of those guys. That's what's going on. He was a prisoner. Okay, cool. So he wants to join the good guys. This is just my regular stuff. So, interesting. Right, Kelso. Right. Oh man, that's crazy, guys. Crazy. All right. So now that we have that raider party done, it looks like we're gonna have a couple more.
You forgot to actually loot those things, just so you know.
No, it's okay. All right, so I did the prisoner, and then the second one was for looting. Whoa! Look at those player levels. Holy mackerel!
Another thing that I need to let you know. When you're on a horse and you're using a sword, you actually need to look downwards when you're attacking. The aim is not automated. You literally need to aim precisely at their heads. Keep in mind, you're on a horse, you're at a higher level than they are. So you need to look down and swipe. Okay, Trix?
Alright, here we go, guys. Let's do this again. And this time... okay, so they're coming. So I tell them to charge, I guess, right?
Give them hell!
That is no... Oh, I only got 2 men? Oh, boy. Hey, how do I switch weapons? How do I get... I don't have bow and arrows?
Soldiers!
Oh, shoot. Wait. Oh, okay. All right.
Oh, you pig!
Okay, well, that's, let's try this around, guys. No, I missed that one. Alright, start it around slowly. Let's zoom it in. Ah. Alright, one more. Hit. Alright. We are the winners! Alright, good job, guys. Good job. Alright, so press tab. Gotcha. Alright, so we got some renown, some morale, which is good. Okay. Make sure we do this right. So prisoners, we got 2 of them. Alright, so just to make sure, 2 prisoners I transferred over, and then what's with the loot?
You click done. After, basically, you transfer everything from left to right. And after you transfer everything, and you make sure you're not encumbered or exceeding your limit of prisoners, you click done.
Oh, okay.
Basically,
Okay.
in these screens, what's on the right is what you have, either troops/prisoners or inventory. And what's on the left, it's what the enemy had. Troops to take prisoners or things like that. There you go.
Oh, I see what you mean. So the actual... Okay. I'm sure there's a weight limit. I see 24 out of 70, so that's what it is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly, Trix.
All right, and I can just equip these on my character?
Yeah, if they're actually better than what you have, sure, you can. If you hover over them, it's gonna do a comparison.
Yeah. Let's Oh, okay, we can sell it too. Sweet. So I can get some money because
sell in exactly.
Gotcha. Okay.
Mm-hmm. You're doing great, by the way. Congrats.
I'm trying.
Yeah, you're doing great.
All right, I'm starting to get it slowly but surely.
I'm gonna teach you one more thing that's really important for single player, especially. If you press F6, the AI is going to take over your troops.
Sergeants
It's gonna
in
organize it
charge!
based on your tactical level. so they're gonna do some nice shit and stuff like that.
Okay, I get it. Yeah, she did say they're in charge. Okay. But, oh. Is there like what? Is there like boundary limits here, or?
Yeah. And if you go out of the boundary limits, you're gonna leave from
Where my men go? Oh, they're coming. Oh, okay. I see. They.
the
How do I switch to my arrow or spears?
mouse wheel up. If you use mouse wheel up, you switch to your weapons, and mouse wheel down.
Oh. Okay. Okay. So I don't have an arrow. Okay, makes sense.
Yeah, you have.
Alright, now my spears, do they regenerate after battle, or how does this work? Or do I have to buy more?
The projectiles you can pick from the battlefield, and after each battle, it just regenerates. But you don't have to worry about it.
Right in the face! Alright guys, here we go. I was a swing and a miss on that one. Oh, got him, guys. We'll get one more. Oh, did I just punch him with a fist? Wow. Okay, here we go. Let's get this sword ready. There we go. Down and out. That's it. Oh, yeah. Boom, shakalaka. Good job, guys. Good job. All right. Let's look at the battlefield results here. Got some renown, morale. All right. All right. Any troops? Did we get any troops? Thank you, Cat. So you have javelins and you get javelins back after each battle, so that's sweet. Okay, I'm just checking. I just didn't know once I use them, do I have to buy them? Do I get them back? That's kind of cool. So now I know I can use them. So let's see. We got some old fur. For now, I'll just grab these. We got nope.
Your character.
We got oh. Just to make sure I'm seeing this correctly. So progression. Where am I seeing this? Let's click on the character tab.
Yeah, on the character tab, or you can press C.
Oh, I can't do it here.
Yeah, you need to get out of the
Okay.
looting sequence.
You rescue several prisoners that the raiders had been dragging along. They look harsh and exhausted. You give them a bit of water and bread, and after a short while, one staggers on his feet and comes over to you. Oh boy. Oh wow. Oh. I don't know who you are, but I am in your debt. These brigands would march us to our deaths. Oh, okay. My name's Tactios. I'm a doctor by trade. I was on, well, a bit of a quest, but now I'm thinking I'm not really made for this kind of thing. You were a doctor. Already then. What's going on there, Summer Breed? How are you, bro? Top narration, terrible. Absolutely terrible, guys. I was with a caravan, and they just came out of the brush. We were surrounded and outnumbered, so we gave up. I figured they could keep us alive if it was just for a ransom. But then they started flogging us along with top speed without any water, and was just about ready to drop. I could feel the signs of the heat stroke keeping up, and I towed them, but they flogged me more. If your group haven't come along, maybe I'll have a way to thank you properly. We're looking for 2 children captured by the raiders. Can you tell us anything? I'm afraid I haven't seen any children. But after our caravan was attacked, the chief of the raiders, the one that they called Ragagos, took and rode off with some more valuable belonging, including a chest that I had. He seemed to be controlling more than one brand raiding around the area. If this lot has your kin, then I think he'd be the one to know. And since I have nothing of value left to repay your help, I'll tell you this. If you do catch up with defeat that ruffian and may be able to recover my chest, it contains a valuable ornament which I was told could have great value if you knew where to sell it. Okay, so we just got to find a place to sell it, get some more money. That's what I'm talking about. Doctors didn't exist back then? Men in towns and cities. Right, right. Yeah, still learning, still learning. This is completely new to me, guys. This is actually my first time playing, guys. We're doing episode number 1 right now with this. All right, so it doesn't look like much, and I suspect that the lots would give away in a few coin, but I got it from a mercenary who I treated once and swore it related to the Nessus folly, and I don't know what the means of the steps also ministers in the course of the Emperor also died in the battle 80 years back. Maybe you can find out the true value. Okay, good. Good, we're looking perfect. Thanks for saving me again. I hope our paths will cross again. Okay, cool. Well, I gave him bread and water, but I only bought grain or whatever it is. What are these guys? What are they doing? Ants party, patrolling around. Oh, they're just patrolling. Look at my level 3, or my number 3. Is that my player level? I think so, guys. Hold on. First, let's go ahead and hit the progression here.
No, the number behind, like below or above parties on the map, that's the number of troops that that are in that party. Just so you know.
Okay. Um, right now I'm level 4. Okay, I see it. You can use free focus points for increasing your learning limit, and individual skills characters earn 1 focus point every time they level up. Free attribute points. You can use these points to increase attributes. You'll gain 1 free attribute for every 4 levels you gain. Gotcha. Okay, so I need to choose what I want to do here, guys. Oh, okay. Well, it seems more so like I need to start using the bow and arrows, guys. It looks like I'm using okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and level that, right? Level 5, perfect. And then I got 4 of these to mess around with, so I'll do that. Wait, how do I do this? Hmm. Why not? Let's just go for that for now. Okay.
One more thing that you missed. Go back into character, and under those attributes, some of them, for example, charm has a little shield at the bottom left. That shows that you can invest a perk point in it.
Yeah, I was wondering. I did see that it was highlighted red with the number. But yeah, okay, so I see it with the shield, so there's like 2
If it's
tiers.
highlighted red, that means that you've reached your limit of learning. So you have to invest into it to increase the gap that you can learn.
Mm. Right. This might sound dumb.
One of those two.
Yeah, so when I click on one of, am I left clicking, right clicking? What's going on here?
No, you click on them and you see 2 options, one up and one down. And it literally tells you to pick. So you need to select which one.
Oh, okay. My bad. The text was blocking my way. I didn't even know.
No.
Wow. Okay, I got it. All right, there we go, guys. All good. No more shields? No more shields, but it looks like we got a new quest here. Find the hideout of the Radagos gang and defeat them. Okay, so they should appear at the... Yeah, they're... Okay, hold on. Wait, whoa, whoa, whoa. Easy, easy there. We're gonna be right over here, guys. Now, I don't know. Do I need more men? Because I think some of my men died.
When it comes to moving on the map, you do not move by clicking on the name. You move by clicking on the icon on the asset under the name.
Mm-mm. Oh, we lost somebody, but I think that was just the doctor guy anyway, guys. Yeah, I had one perk in tactics. Really? No way.
You did. You just need to pay a bit more attention on the icons. Do you see the small shield at the tactics? So at the
Oh,
tactics,
wow, that's so small.
shield. I'm hurt.
Jeez. It'd be nice if like the whole box like highlighted. That'd be cool. All right, so if I need more troops, do I just go back to
Yeah,
the
you just
Baya?
go back to that village. You purchase more troops. Indeed.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that because I feel like
Better safe than sorry, right?
yeah, I don't wanna risk it. Plus, I got some coin back, so.
There you go.
And I want an arrow, man. I need my arrow. Am I fighting dragons too?
Once you're done with your tutorial, you'll be able to visit towns and so on and so forth, and you'll be able to like purchase real shit.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get ourselves right back into where we are. By the way, guys, yesterday we had a really good time with the. Yeah, surprisingly, the game's running pretty good, man. Actually, pretty pleased with it.
Yeah, let's just wait for a battle like one.
I'm scared.
We'll talk then.
Yeah, right. Oh, wow,
When you're attacking hideouts, you won't be able to actually use that automated tactic thing you have 6, so you'll have to instruct your units individually, manually. My advice would be to first allow them to use long range weapons by pressing F4. That switches from long range to short range. So you are, yeah, F4.
She's saying hold fire at will.
Fire at will. There you go. When they're firing at will, they'll also be using long ranged weapons. And the next step would be to instruct them to go attack or to follow you. So let's press F1 to open the unit control interface and either follow you or attack. It's entirely up to you.
Okay, I'll do what the tutorial says for now. I'll just kind of get the idea. But if I did do attack, I'll just do. I just instruct them to charge, right?
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Oh, I forgot my. Oh no, I can't buy arrows yet.
Usually, hideouts, I let them charge just so they lead the way, so I like. It's easier to identify where the the enemies are at.
Right. Is there stealth?
Not really. I mean, theoretically, but practically.
Yeah, sure thing. Okay. One man down, guys. Let's move it on. Next part. Oh, first we gotta cook some s'mores here real quick, guys. Let's have a seat, fellas. Wow, look, I got blood on my face and everything, guys. I look so evil. Man, she's the boss in this relationship in this level. Wait, how do I get up? Oh, F. Oh, okay, here we go. All right, so we got to go to the next camp. It looks like we got another camp down ahead, guys. So with this one, we're going to do like Aradar said. We're going to go ahead and tell them to charge. Okay, so they're going for it.
When you tell them to charge, you don't really need to click anywhere. Just issue the charge order, and they're gonna go berserk on people. You don't need to like fiddle with positioning and stuff. It's usually just charge.
Okay, here we go, guys. I don't even need a crouch, really, to be honest. So we got another guy here. Okay, so the flag is more so like formation then. Now I see why you have them charge. How do I sprint?
You don't sprint.
Oh, how come they're faster than me? What the heck?
They have better athletics perks skills. So as you level, as you play, you will develop your skills. You develop your skills by doing things. I thought, you develop the trade by trading or having caravans and workshops. Athletics by literally running and fighting on foot. So as you play, you'll develop your skills.
So if I find Chris Brown, will he show me how to run it?
Exactly. Wait, what?
Jim knows.
Jim's the friend of everyone now.
Oh gosh. Who what?
Wait, what?
Who what? We're getting ourselves into a boss fight. Bring it out, buddy. Oh wow. So, who's that comes through my place of business killing my employees? We heard you took the little brother and sister. Where are they? Good heaven! I need a better description than that. My men have harvested dozens of little brats in this region. Quite good hunting grounds. Already sent most of them sold to the slave market, I know, though. Wow. Very well, I'll duel you. I don't duel slavers. Men, attack! Do I want a 1v1 like Call of Duty Sniper Quickscope? Or do I just want to have my whole men attack and make this easy? It's gonna be interesting, guys. It's gonna be interesting, but it could be a test. He's pretty strong. I'll duel. Let's go for it. Oh. Oh. Oh! You hit a woman?
Yes.
Wow. Wow. And my men are just standing there. Guys, attack him. Yep, next time.
This is a duel. They will not attack. They're men of their word. I was like...
I don't know, man. Okay, you are defeated by blah, 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 but your brother saved you. It doesn't look like they're going anywhere, though, so you should attack again once you're ready. You must have at least 4 members in your party. If you don't, go back to... Oh, okay, so I needed the party anyway. So do I have that many? Oh, yeah, we're good. This time, we're not going to duel. We're just going to attack. Right, boys? Right. Let's go. Let's go. Alright, now move on to the next one, guys. Go, 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 go. Talk about getting wrecked, guys. I got demolished. Oh, another guy. Get him, guys. Get him. Go, 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 go. I'm just going to sit back and watch. Oh, yeah. Oh, can I grab your stuff? Can I loot you? Maybe you got a club. You got any coin? No coin? No money? Oh, everybody's broken this game. Wow, look at the water, guys. Look at the water. The water. Looks good and tasty. All right, guys. Let's move it. Look at the big giant mountains, guys. Mountainside. Oh. All right, here we go, guys. We're going to the next spot. Oh, I think. Oh, wait, no, we got more guards down ahead too. Seems like there's more this time.
you look at top of your screen on center, you can see two bars. Those represent the number of troops on each side, just so you have like an understanding.
Okay, okay. All right, guys. So to make sure, men are gonna attack. Oh. We did it! We did it!
Victory is ours!
Oh, we do it!
Well done.
All right. Oh, we got money. Oh. Well, I recognize defeat when I see it, but I am going to be your captain. Let me introduce myself. I am Radagos. You haven't cut my throat yet, which was a wise move. I'm sure I could find a way to be worth more to you alive than dead. You better help us get our brother and sister back, or you'll swing from the tree. Oh, you'll need my help, all right. If you want to get them back alive, that is. See, my boys have some pretty specific instructions about what to do if there's a rescue attempt. Oh. Shall we get on the road? And remember, if I drop dead of the exhaustion or drown in some river, that's it for your little dears. I don't expect a cozy Harlequin? I don't know. Now, but you have to make the best of making a hardship. Okay, there's a lot of reading in this game. I'm getting tired of talking. Right. The hype. Letting your troops carry you. You and Kevin have something in common. Yeah, screw that, Eridar. Screw that! He cheated! He's using cheat codes, wall hack, and aim swing, whatever, lancer, mace, whatever he was using. But it knocked me out cold. Very cold. Alright, let's go ahead and transfer these troops over. We got all that stuff right there, guys, which is good. You came across a chest and an old piece of bronze in it. It's so shattered and corroded that it could have been anything from a cup to a crown. This must be the chest that Tactiles mentioned. Yeah, so we're going to take that chest, guys. Oh, I was hoping to find more treasure here, but I think business wasn't going too well for Radagos and his gang. Yeah, true. I found this strange-looking metal piece, though, and it doesn't look too valuable. Wait, is he part of my crew? Is that what's going on here? Okay, cool. All right, then, let's get on the road. I have a better idea. We would have a better chance if we split up now.
Brother in game.
And yeah, he's actually making the same facial expression as my character almost. Yeah, I guess it makes sense.
You get.
However, we must be careful not to endanger their lives, and it could be better. Okay, cool. All right, I need to take these men with us. Radagos is a slippery one. I don't want him getting away. You want me to raise the money for the ransom, the little ones? Indeed, you'll have to find a way to do that. Maybe this bronze thing can help. Cool. I'll take this bronze thing. You know, what kind of, a lot of things, guys. Tactile said it would be worth a fortune to the right person if you managed not to. Okay, so that's cool. So we'll definitely have to check that out. All right. Never reveal that. Okay. One more thing. When you're talking to the nobles and the other people of importance, make sure you present yourself with someone from a distance of the distinguished family. Select your family name. My family name? Tricksters. Maybe without the Z.
She's not gonna answer.
Yeah, we'll do it with the Z. Okay. Here we go.
Trix, that's a family. Oh my god, you disgust me.
What? The tricksters, they're gestures, they're clowns, they're clowning and jesting, and they're just readjusting their clowning.
You just.
Oh. Ooh. Can I upload a custom banner? No, I gotta use what they give me.
Oh. Thank you.
I was gonna use my favorite fruit or vegetable. That's cool though. They give you quite a large range of options here. Oh, this reminds me of like Odysseus or something, or like the Olympians.
Oh, by the way, Trix Cat said that she's gonna join us. Switch to multiplayer, bro. See what?
Yeah. Wait, do we have enough gold coins for our chat though?
Is he trolling me? Wow, he's trolling me. Look at him fucking giggling like a schoolgirl.
Yes, the school. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Didn't you see me for last Halloween? I had pigtails and everything, bro.
I'm okay. Thank you. It's too much info, bro. You're on stream.
Okay.
With the whole pink hair and all that stuff too.
I don't know what design to use.
The little plaid skirt too.
You guys are disturbing. Just you know.
You didn't see that? I think everybody saw that.
All right, so get on the road now. Once I locate the little ones, blah, 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 blah. Okay, look at that, guys. Look at that. Tutorial's over. You are now free to explore Call Radia. Oh, man, there's so much to do, guys. This is going to be a long time. Impressive. All right, so quest did
Do
appear.
you want to switch to multiplayer or do you want to continue campaign?
Nah, let's go, man.
Aye, let's get cat here.
Wait, what time is it? Oh, yeah, we got to do multiplayer now. Holy crap. Hold on, give me a second. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and switch up on the games here real quick, guys. So bear with me while we get that set up. I'm going to go ahead and quit the campaign. Save at, wait, when I save, do I save as or save? It doesn't matter.
If you click save, it just creates a random shit. If you save as, you name it.
Oh, wow, like old school games. Wow.
Yeah, I know, bro. That's what it has that vibe. It has that feeling. Okay, let me. You'll have to exit the game in order to switch to the multiplayer mode.
Yeah, I did saw that. I wonder why it's like that. But that maybe it's broken into two portions of the game.
It's two builds basically.
I have to do my settings and all that again.
No, it carries. You know what the scary is? Sorry, bad jokes.
Oh yeah! All right, so multiplayer. You guys ready?
Oh, I was born ready.
Oh, I like that.
But are you ready?
Yeah, are you ready?
Oh, I got
it's too early in the
hold
morning
on.
to actually get
Battle Eye launcher. Oh god.
Yeah, that's the right cheat. Good, bro.
It's not letting me. It's not letting me start the game. It's telling me hacks detected.
Exactly. You know.
Wow. Okay. We know what you do now.
That might be. All right, let's go.
Yeah, give me a sec. Waiting for Cat to also join us. She's gonna be our fourth wheel.
Oh, I just scratched the hell out of myself.
Oh, that's so cute. Yeah, I think it's a bit early in the morning to actually get a siege, which is like a 60 versus 60. So we're gonna go for a skirmish, which is like 6v6, capture the points and all that mumbo jumbo.
Okay.
Okay, where is Miss True Walker? True Walker, get your ass here. Oh, fucking dog. I'm sorry about the dog. Can you hear the dog too loud or is it acceptable?
Yeah, it is barking, but you know, if he had crisp, it probably would take that away. Hey, what happened to my? Why is the game not capturing? Oh Lord, here.
Fucking stupid dog, dude. I'm sorry.
Reason. Steam signed me up. That's cool.
So the multiplayer I can't capture. Okay, cool. Well, in that case, I'll.
Oh, you can. That's interesting.
Window mode just captures a white screen.
There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. That says very interesting indeed. Can't do window capture. Can't game capture.
You must have to change your settings in game, as in maybe your screen.
Oh, maybe it is on stream. Yeah. Let me check.
Yeah.
What? Enable controller vibration.
Yeah, compare this with the controller. Please don't.
Wow. Well, yeah, I mean, that don't make no sense. This is like a difficult game to play on a controller. Oh, isn't the other one a controller though? That might make sense.
I don't know. I don't think it was, bro.
Oh, wow.
I'm so, now I'm, you know that now I'm tempted to fucking play a controller.
Oh, food, man. Okay, yeah, graphic settings and everything stayed the same, so that's good.
So why isn't it capturing then? Interesting. Wait, let me grab something to drink. Be right back in a moment.
Okay. Hey guys, let's try to launch this again and see what's going on here. That's weird, man. That is weird. Interesting though. White screen.
I'm back. So, are we struggling here? What's the situation? Also, can
Yeah, it's not letting me capture the game.
drag cat in here, please.
Yeah, do you guys know much about this? Like, how come I can't capture the game? I mean, I've had issues with this with the games before. Usually I have to run it as admin or something. I might have to do it.
Yeah, I'm also looking into it. Hey, Catty.
Hello.
What's up, Cat?
Hello. How are you all?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hmm.
Cold here again.
It is freezing. Yeah. All right, which folder is it? Is it a bin folder maybe? 164 shipping client. Yeah, I found it. Okay, so there's two EXE. So which one is the multiplayer?
I think it's
I'll just do both.
mhm.
Run as admin. Do I need to run it as Windows XP maybe?
No, the fuck, dude. The fuck, dude.
Okay, let me try this now. Let me see what happens.
Mm-hmm. You're using Streamlabs, right?
No, just OBS Studio.
Oh.
That's the reason.
Mm.
OBS Studio is Streamlabs.
Mm-mm.
Okay, like without OBS Studio, there's no Streamlabs. Streamlabs is just its own custom UI that they use a different set of interface that they use in OBS Studio.
Streamless is better. It's better
I don't know.
optimized.
It has less options. I don't like the less advanced options that you can configure with. Like it's just simplematic and simplified, and It works, yeah, it's great, but I don't know. I just
It works a lot
a few
better.
things I like to have in my grasp that Streamlabs didn't let. You know what? Maybe it's the battle eye. I didn't even think about it. Give me a second. I got it. Yep, I fixed it. The battle eye was preventing me from capturing it.
You dingus. Dude, are we ready to die and cry?
I warn you now, I'm only any good in Siege.
I already know I'm not good at anything.
I can hear Tricks raging already.
Huh?
You'll find out.
Yeah.
It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, give me 1 second though before we start up. I gotta go grab something really quick.
It's okay.
Guys,
Don't worry.
I'll be right back.
Um,
One moment.
search for something. Okay. We don't really have that many players searching for Siege right now. We can try, but no promises. Cat, are we ready, Cat?
Are we ready? For what? To die a lot.
Oh. Well, this is gonna be painful, huh, guys?
Mm-hmm.
But stick around. I won't be long.
I'm just gonna do this. We're gonna look for a game for Siege until he's back. I know that we're not gonna get a Siege. Sieges are good in like your morning / midday gym.
Okay. So that's cool. So I could play when nobody's online.
No, that's the thing. In your morning, usually that's when we play Sieges. In our afternoon.
Okay.
Our afternoon is your morning, midday.
But if we played it on ENA,
No, Europe.
so in Europe, really? What about NA then? All day
No.
long.
No.
Got a level 1 noob.
I know, right? Are you ready to hear the also famous "Man, this game is so..." insert quotation coming from Twix?
Oh yeah.
Man, he's cheating. Man, he's
He's using aimbot.
yeah, man. I love to take a piece of people. Can know that firsthand.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Got a badge, early access. Ooh.
I know, right? Bitches, I have a badge for 20 wins. Let's go.
What badge? What badges? What?
Go to profile.
Ooh.
You have badges.
Steam profile. Oh no, profile
indeed.
there. Oh right. Ooh.
I know, right?
I have no wins. Did we win a
I'm.
match? Adam?
We must have won a match.
No.
20
Sure
wins.
we
Yeah.
won a match, yeah.
Oh, current wins 10. We know that because it says James won 10.
James 122. Let's go, bitches.
James won a big fat 0. Not a subscriber.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, he subscribes when everybody's calling. Or tricks is
Cat
Arco,
last
it's
night
gonna be-
Sea of Thieves was amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-mm-mm.
Did you get your kitty cats already?
Cat did.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't. I don't have the money.
I got me one. I got the package deal.
What package? The one, the $16 shit?
It was the one with the cat and you got a little outfit.
Mm.
Yes. Yeah. That's the best value.
Yeah.
Wanted to get the one where you got like 6 cats, but I didn't.
Yeah, I don't have money for that shit. No,
I haven't
okay.
actually looked at the store yet.
I do have the money, but I need to invest it in some. So budget-wise, I'm gonna be a bit tight for the next couple of months.
Arco, it's gonna be. We're gonna be going with debt so bad it's ridiculous. We're actually talking about adding another air for the next however long they decide, 60 every month. The taxpayer, $2,000 a month.
Hmm.
Wait, what?
And that's anybody 16 and over. So as long as they're a tax.
Wow.
So it's gonna be. Somebody figured it up as like $500 million
Wow.
in 6 months' time.
Okay.
And we're already like $14 trillion in debt, so that's gonna even make it worse.
And the rest of the world, though. The only ones.
Yep. It makes sense, but I don't know. They're trying to help people out, but still, what are the people gonna do with that money?
Buy PC parts, going quick notch down, Jim.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I might just buy me a whole new computer.
I will too, eventually.
Turn around, sell this one, and just buy a brand new thing.
Mm-hmm.
I will too, eventually. Cat, do you wanna buy a GTX 1080 Ti?
Why?
Tris is selling his.
Yeah, it's like a style for like $10,000 though.
No, he's selling for like 500. Between 5 and 6.
They talked to me about it earlier, but he didn't give me a price, so I'm like, Oh, yeah, do go to Canada back?
I think he went to Canada.
And then he got stuck because he couldn't cross the border.
Mm-hmm.
And you're staying here now. chips. What kind?
Yogurt and herbs. Dude, these are fucking good on you. Ingredients. Starch, vegetable, rapeseed oil mixed with ingredients with yogurt and herbs flavor. Salt, garlic powder, sugar. Let's go. Let's go.
You're eating bug chips, huh?
Huh?
You're eating bug chips.
Oh.
Some is jelly.
Nope. I used to eat yogurt when I was like a kid, but I kind of grew up with that.
Wow. Okay. I'm forever a kid in my heart.
I know.
A sick, perverse kid, but you know. Come on, Fix, did you fucking go to another country or what?
Got lost on the way back. Where's my place at again? I forgot. Where's my computer at? One of these. In this gigantic mansion that I have. Probably takes him 3 hours to walk from one side to the other.
Exactly, right?
Takes me 5 minutes to walk from one room to the other. to the whole place.
I just read what you. Yeah, that's very so untrue.
Sorry about that.
Wow, look who's back.
Yeah, you need to change your stick around. I won't be long, too. I won't be gone 30 minutes or more.
It wasn't 30 minutes. It was like, what, 5?
I live on Lincoln time.
Not bad. I had to go outside real quick. Now I'm more cold.
Canada?
Oh, man. That's amazing. Okay, so we're all formed up in a party, right? That's looking pretty good. And then, how does this work? It looks like we have Captain, Skirmish, and Siege.
Exactly. The captain, you need to take control over points, over
Okay.
like flags. And
But what's the point of being a captain then?
you're the captain of your own troops, so you have some troops with you. Skirmish is the same but without the troops, so it's just the players. And
Okay.
Siege is a siege. Right now, at this hour, sieges are not really populated.
Okay, sorry,
Sieges
Cap. Go ahead.
It would be the fuck you. Sieges would be the best to play somewhere around morning, midday your time zone. So in our afternoon.
Gotcha.
I would say for the sake of complexity, let's just go for skirmish. Just 6v6, no AI troops that you need to control, direct, and so on and so forth. And Kat, as you can tell by her size, she sucks at skirmish big time.
I'm only good when I can hide behind a wall and fire arrows at people.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, let's do this. Let's see what it's all about. Which one's the best one? So Siege is the best.
Yeah, Siege is the best, but again, you won't be able to get players at this hour in Siege. You need like 120 players per Siege.
What if you change time zone or region?
Essentially.
Don't matter.
So literally right now, you're in between times.
Hey, Dorales, what's going on, bro? How are
I
you?
don't think you wanna play in Australian.
All right, bro. All right, no problem.
Thing, right?
Yeah. Oh, wait. What's this? Oh, I'm choosing a class, equipment. Did it go into detail? Like what? Oh, yeah. You just click on them once.
Ooh.
I didn't even get a horse. Oh, what?
Right now it's warm up phase, so don't worry about it.
Oh, scary.
All right. So how do we spawn?
Press F to
There.
spawn.
Press F to spawn.
Oh,
There
okay,
is
cool.
friendly fire, so please be careful, okay?
Friendly fire.
Trying to hit
To
somebody
hold
here.
left, it's up. If you hold left out, you see the points and our team where they are, okay?
So scared.
Jeez.
Take him out
Oh,
already.
oh, oh! Did I
Oh
die?
no! Oh,
Yeah,
What happened?
crap. Yeah.
This is the warm up.
Oh, yeah, you're right, man.
It's 2.
All right.
Okay. Oh, so we got quite a mixed bag there. Look,
Mm-hmm.
we got 2 archers, 3 archers, 4 archers. Okay, we're not a mixed bag then. 4
Okay,
archers,
okay.
a horseman and a swordsman, spearman.
Horsemen and a
legionnaire.
swordsman. Sounds like you're singing there.
Oh my god.
When's your next
Right,
album?
where we
I don't know. Hey, who's who? I don't see no names on you guys. It's like real life.
going?
Hold left alt, Trix. Hold left alt.
Oh yeah, yeah.
We are going for C. Let's go for C.
Where the hell's
You know, I'm gonna make a hotkey for that because I don't want to keep holding it.
Oh, horsey. I just need to get
look
somewhere
at,
where I
look
can
at Cat. Cat, you really like the walls, huh?
hide. Yeah.
Alright, where's the players? I'd probably be on this flag.
We have
Let's see.
archers at C, archers at C.
Oh, and you can injure players. Oh. Oh, did I just kill you?
No, I got run over by that. Thank you for letting me know, guys. What the heck?
Oh, I got a hit. Oh, I got him. Oh. Oh, I got him. Oh.
Oh, I hit you, I hit you. I'm going away. Be on the flank.
Oh, I'm getting ganked. Oh.
Horse coming, horse coming, horse coming.
Ooh, nice, nice. Oh, horse behind us, behind us.
Oh, 2 horses. Ah, she's coming from behind.
I'm dead.
Have I got the arrows left?
Oh, I'm twerking.
Yeah. I've got arrows left. Where is he? Where is he?
Alright, guys, let's go to continue on.
I really need some help. I really need some help.
Oh, yeah, I'm dead. I should not be on the point with the bloody archer, because it's...
Okay. Listen up. We really need to stick together. Like, if we go one by one, we are all beyond dead. I'm out of the game right now. I died twice.
Not good.
Yeah, it's not good.
Wow, their whole team's alive.
Yeah. I'm dead.
Wow. In the trash. You think you're good, bro? Cause you're on a horse? You can't bow an arrow on me, man, bro? Should I type something?
Ah, I'm dead.
He kicked it too. Oh my god, yeah.
He kicked my bloody body when I was down.
Okay. We need to stick together, like, honestly. Okay?
Alright, so what is this? An objective, right? Like we gotta capture?
Yeah. Capture or
Alright.
eliminate the enemy team.
Cause it looks like everybody just went for battle.
Yeah.
Oh, you're
Capture
right
or eliminate
now.
the enemy team. Okay. Let's stick together. I'm begging you, guys, okay? Just stick together, have each other's backs, okay?
Yeah. Okay. I've got no shield. Okay.
Who's going what?
I'm gonna be archer again, but maybe militia. I know. I'll stick with the Alpine Guard. It's got more armor. Right. So where are we going?
Meet up. Oh, Trix, you're on a horse. You just go do your thing.
Okay. Yeah, it when the timer ran out, it just auto-picked. Well, I guess I was hovered over this. I was trying to read them.
No.
Alright, let's...
We're going for C. We're going for C, Trix. Yeah.
See? Okay.
Okay. See.
Because it's for cookie. Okay, horse.
Woo!
Alright, they're coming at C. You got 2 at C.
Yeah. Move. We need to protect Trix. Watch our backs, okay?
Oh my god.
Alright, 1's at C.
Okay, alright.
Yeah. I see one. See. I'm gonna... Oh my god, horse coming. Ah, he knocked me out.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
I'm bloody dead. Horse got me in the back.
Careful, cat. Watch your right.
Woo! Oh, he got me again, though. I'm hopeless at this.
Oh, I killed my horse.
Oh
It's
no,
okay.
I see you, Trix. I see you.
You can grab another one. You can grab another horse. You can get
Jim, I'm right behind you, bro. Right behind you.
Fall back. I got you. Fall back. Oh, I got obliterated. I think I did kill Trix.
Jim's still in there. Come on, Jim. Come on, Jim.
Jim, you're our only hope, bro. You're our only hope. No pressure, though.
Only pick one person.
You only have to spawn, so we kind of used our spawn space. Oh no, you're still in! Holy shit, Trix is still in and he's having a weird ass.
Nice.
Okay, that's Jim up there. Play together.
Oh, get you, please.
Oh.
You fell off the wall.
Yeah, my character sucks. I only picked the low class one because I guess I had no points.
Yeah, have a point. Okay. I'm going Legionnaire with improved armor and spear. The spear is for their horses, so they don't fucking just trash us like there's no tomorrow. They don't have any archers or anything. They have really good militia. So let's abandon the archer technique.
Yes.
And switch to some melee combat. Let's be a bit more agile. Legionnaires.
We want reach.
Right. Legionnaires, right, okay. So we're gonna get bloody wiped out by.
Where's the... I don't have any throwing? Oh, okay.
No.
Oh,
Okay,
spear.
on me.
Let's go.
Huzzah! Everyone, huzzah! Come on.
Yeah, we gotta
For
keep this horse quick.
Huzzah! Wait a Still gonna die. Shields up.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a hotkey because I don't want to keep holding it.
Oh, she got me again! Like
No,
he
it's
did
okay.
that last time, didn't he?
He took out my shield! Yes, he took my shield! that would have been a kill if I wouldn't have had the shield.
If you didn't, yeah, if you didn't have the shield, he'd have
We
got
ha-
you.
we have
Yeah,
an idiot
here we go.
here.
Archers, shields.
On me.
He's behind you guys. He's behind you.
On me. Well done.
Stab his horse.
Careful with the crossfire.
Oh!
On point, get on point. Retreat to point.
Okay. Coming back now. Oh, he's trying to kill me. He's trying to kill me.
I'm dead.
I'm not dead, but he's going to break my shield in a minute. Oh, I am dead now. Oh, bloody
Trix, are
hell.
you like double dead? No, there you go. Okay, I see both of you. Let's go. Have each other. Trix, I need you to stay in the back so you can have our backs. Call if you. Did you guys just see that guy die?
It must have been an arrow. Was that
Arrow.
Jim?
Archer.
We stab it.
Archer.
Archer. What are we going to do? Take him out?
You got three on the left though.
Yeah.
Okay,
What's our horse person doing?
let's take the archer.
Watch behind you, Erda.
I just saved your ass.
Oh, somebody coming after me!
No, we got you.
I'm gonna so die.
Oh shit.
What's the honey badger?
We got wiped, Trix.
I didn't die, but we ran out of room.
Oh, we got wiped, boy.
Oh, god dear me.
Okay, I'm open for suggestions. Tactically wise.
Pass.
Hide in a corner and just cry.
Yes. That works.
Should I also take the captain mode?
Whatever you want.
Yeah. Try captain mode. Oh, dear.
I'm just taking everything. Fuck this shit. Let's. Alright, give me just a second. Actually, let me check something else. Yeah, the only sieges are on Oceania. Should we try just for shits and giggles?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes, we should, because siege is something else, you know. It's,
I think it's nothing else. You're gonna lag like there is no tomorrow, just so you. Okay?
I played games with
Oh,
everybody.
we're in. We're in.
I mean, if I don't have more than 300 ping, I'm okay.
had a game spike up to
Oh, you
4.
guys should be having perfect ping, right? Because I mean, it's your region.
Oceania is like
Oh.
fucking Australia, you weirdo.
I'm
Just saying.
Azurai.
Okay,
I'm
we're going
Azurai.
Azeroth. We're going Azeroth.
Okay. Oh, we gotta be these guys.
Strong about extra arrow.
Yeah.
Oh, ping is.
Ping is 3. Oh, ping is good. I have 300. Trix has 200.
Oh, how do you see that in tab? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, press tab, press tab.
Oh, that's ridiculous, bro. Look at these people, 14 ping. No wonder they're winning. No wonder my hits ain't counting.
Well, Jim is too high. Yeah, we are.
Hey, Erdar, why you got 340? What the heck?
I know, same here, bro.
Hey, so why are some people getting 20? So where's this server?
Oh, we're in the
Australia.
middle. Yeah, we're in the middle of a match, aren't we?
The lag hits are amazing. Hashtag sarcasm.
They're probably not actually going to kill anybody on this.
Ah, I picked
so
sword. Why did I
we
get an
need to go.
axe?
Okay, let's check objectives. We need to go over D. Where the fuck is D? Yeah, we need to take D. We need to take D, guys. So hold left
Somebody-
arrow.
somebody-
Sorry.
Kill somebody? Okay.
I actually
Oh,
killed
he's-
someone.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. That D's. We've captured D. Captured D.
Defend D. Okay, listen up. Hold left arrow. I killed another one. Okay, I'm hacking. I repeat, I am hacking.
I see C.
Hold left alt to see where your objectives are, okay?
Can't see D. I see Jim. Hello, Jim.
Defend D, hating thing.
Oh,
There's one. How the fuck am I getting kills in like 300 ping, right?
Yeah.
I am, I have actually kills. Okay, here's the thing, please, about sieges. It's not about the kills, it's about the objective. If we can't defend the oh shit, dude, as I was saying, objectives. D, I need people at D. I'm begging you.
yeah. We're on D. We're on D.
Yeah, there's nobody here, bro.
I don't even see. I see cat. Oh, I see Trix. Lol. Hey, Trix. You cannot harm your own troops here, so it's. Okay, hold D. Trix, don't go all berserk on people. Again, this is about. Oh, we need C, bro. C is up there.
C's up top.
Yeah, we need C.
Pick it up top here. Up ladders.
Okay, let's go, Trix. Let's go. Over here? No, wrong way. Hold left alt to see my name, okay? Okay, so up here. Oh, we need to capture C back.
Oh, I'm not in this guy. What about ping?
Oh, shit.
Oh, I'm dead.
Come on, please. Capturing C back.
Okay.
Okay, actually, the lag hits are not that bad. Okay, we have C back.
Oh, got one. Got another one.
Yeah, so for like this mode, you could do archery for sure.
Yeah. Another one. Okay.
Oh, I see this is a barrage.
Someone coming in the gate.
Oh shit, you okay? Oh, I need help at C, I need help at C.
Yeah, I'm at C. Oh,
Wow, look at the text in the game.
yeah.
Ignore.
Gate,
I need help
yeah.
C, I need help C, please, I need help C.
Yeah, we're here at C. Oh no, D.
I'm dead.
Oh, I'm at D.
Wow,
Oh,
cat, seriously, wow. Wow, Catty.
Oh, no.
Shut the gate, I'm going to come upstairs. Yeah, I could possibly.
Yeah, we need C, dude.
Why am I not getting this guy, for goodness sake? Because I'm don't you? Ooh. Okay, so
We're catching C, guys. Well done, well done, well done. Hey, is this a new map? I haven't heard of it.
I don't remember DB down in the thingy anyway. So their archers are what,
Where are
firing at
their
us from
archers?
above?
Where are their archers?
I don't
It
know.
keeps crashing on Discord.
Up above.
I assume.
Or gate's
Oh,
gonna
Jim
go in a
crash
minute.
for.
Yeah, he's completely out of Discord. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
It's
just.
just after he went
They're on the wall, they're on the walls,
Let's
they're on the walls
work
above.
together. Let's work together.
happened when he went
Yeah.
AMD, man.
They're on the wall above us.
We need C. We need C. Okay, I see Cat. I don't see Trix. Trix, where are you, bro? I see Cat.
I'm right by G.
By G. No, we need. Okay, look up.
I respawned.
Okay. Okay, let's stick together because this is how we win, by sticking together. Okay.
Oh, someone's. Oh, I got walloped. Right, we got C.
We won.
We won! Woo!
Well done.
Wow.
We did it! Yay!
I know this was confusing for you, Trix. I apologize. I'm gonna explain what you need to do. In a siege, you need to either capture or defend the points, strategical points. On top of your screen, you have like little arrows that deplete. When those arrows reach 0, that's the end of the game. And you'll have flags. You can see like numbers under flags.
Kind of like, well, Warband was a little different. That one we actually just
Yeah,
it
that was
kills.
different. That was different. Yeah, that was different.
Yeah.
Oh, but that wasn't that bad, am I right?
No, I liked it better than the last one.
Yeah.
And the ping, even though here's the thing, even though we had like 300 ping, it was smooth.
Is there stamina or something? Because like I feel like people swing way too much in this game.
No, there's no stamina.
There's-
You just need to parry. You just
Wow,
need to
that makes sense.
parry.
Yeah, because it seems like people just spam swing and just like
It's like Kingdom Come Deliverance, isn't it? Sort of at the combat.
Yeah.
yeah, it does kind of feel like that. Yeah. All right, which side?
Right?
Where-
Teleport.
What? Please don't tell me there's bots, or does the bot just fill in his blanks?
No, there are no bots. There are no bots. Let's go Asterai again. I really like that. Archers, not gonna lie. This is a warm up, so you know everyone for themselves type of situation. And we are going to be attacking them. Oh, we're actually gonna go on offense now. And again, I can't emphasize this enough. It's of paramount importance to work together, to us four stick together.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm right behind you. Again, this is a warm up, so don't pay too much attention to it.
I'll get you there. Downstairs.
I'm following you.
Yeah, it's funny.
I see Jim, I see Jim, I see Jim. Let's stick with Trix. If you can come to us, that would be sexy, just like you are. Let's go.
I did switch weapons. Okay.
I see Jim. I see Jim.
I see
Hi, Jim. I'm right next to you.
We're right behind you. Oh, shit. Holy shit.
Oh!
Behind us. That's behind us. I'm dead.
Oh, bloody
Thing out
horse
there.
archer, mate.
Oh, shit, I mean, shit.
Woohoo!
Remember what I told you. Trix. When you're first person, you need to aim higher.
Oh, some guy got me in a revenge kill there. Like, even though it's like warm up. Oh, I'm in archer. Oh.
Shite. Oh my god. Yeah, the warm up is just fucking all bonkers, like.
Oh, someone's gonna die. I'm gonna die. Get off. Have I got a sword or anything? No, I've got an axe or something. Hey ho. I should have hit him. He's right next to me. Oh, you get off me. Oh dear me. Oh, is he close?
Why is
Oh,
everyone
that's
so
okay.
fucking silent? You guys are
Oh,
crazy.
sorry, we're concentrating. Oh, I
I
did
didn't
that.
harding much, guys. Honestly, they're harding much.
We like to win, you know. Losing is so humiliating. I don't like this mapping. This next got that wooden tower.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm having trouble.
I'm helping Jim. I'm playing, bro. Is Jim still on Discord or? He's still here.
Yeah, he's back on Discord now. He's back in the lobby. He's in here with us.
Running away. Run away from the horses. Where are you?
Sorry, yeah,
The screams of the dying. Just totally insane, aren't they?
Okay, we're starting in 30 seconds, guys. So let's get ready. Let's get ready.
Oh, there we go. Oh.
Again, please stick together. Otherwise, we can't do shit in this game. Okay, Trix, Jim.
What? Oh, I'm not firing arrows. My character's bugged. Server's crashed.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was shooting somebody and they weren't moving. I wasn't getting a hit marker. I'm like, yeah, it crashed.
Yeah. Yeah,
Ah,
game
okay.
not responding.
Yeah.
Wow, we waited and not responded. Maybe they need to lower the player cap. Ping is high for everybody.
No, they just have some. Jim, what the fuck is going on with your Discord, dude? What are you doing?
Nothing. It's just the game that was the lag from the game. I think.
Bro, you changed your things. What did I tell you? Stop fucking with your overclocking and shit, breaking
I
things.
haven't changed anything. It's
You're lying.
It's not quite as bad as
game
Sea of Thieves
changes.
on
What you need, Jim, is a better router, better modem. Don't ever use the one your ISP gives you.
I can't.
Why?
They force you to use their piece of trace.
No, that's bullcrap, bro. What you do is you put yours on, and then when they come over for any tech repair, you plug theirs in real quick.
It don't let you do anything different. I bought a new one and it didn't let me.
Sounds like they got you in a cup holder, bro. That's not good. Let my ISP tell me not to use a more sophisticated advanced router.
I can't buy a router.
That's messed up, bro.
Yep. And the only other company I have, I'm not going to go through them again because they're a joke.
Yeah.
CenturyLink is the other one, but it's a joke.
Well, it sounds like you may have to talk to them and see if they have like an upgrade router maybe for you. Sometimes they'll have one at the store. But it's still not worth paying the money, to be honest. You might as well just stick with what they give you.
Yeah, because this one here sucks.
Yeah, I never heard that before. That's new.
Yeah, that's kind of messed up.
Yeah, I mean, like, most of the times you pay a router fee anyway through your ISP. If you use their equipment, they charge you a leasing fee or a rental fee, whatever. It's better just to get your own anyway. In the long run, within a year, you paid your router anyway.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
One at Walmart and got a pretty good one, and I told them I wanted to hook it up, and they're like, "Oh, we don't do that. We don't let you use your own. You have to use."
Is your carrier a modem and router, or do they give you a 2-in-1?
It's separate.
Okay, so typically you can use their modem, but use your own router.
Yep.
Wait, quick thing. We're gonna do a team deathmatch.
Okay.
A what?
A team deathmatch. Marr.
Okay.
Yeah, the games earlier weren't lagging. It was just that Oceania server.
Yeah. So what's the deal with that?
Oh, oh, Valandia?
Yeah, land. Yeah, let's go, dudes.
Oh, Arbalist.
Arbalist.
Oh
How do
no.
I scroll the player list?
Faster bolts.
What happened? You hold tab and you press middle mouse. so you can use your, so you can activate your.
Oh, okay, I see it. Okay.
Okay, Vlandians. You. I see cat.
Oh,
I see
ping
cat.
is 115. This is better.
Yeah, this is European servers. Killed one.
Yeah, I can watch.
Wow, show up. Oh, yeah, hey, stay together. Stay together. Everyone, stay together.
Wow. Wow.
Where are you?
Behind you.
Where are you?
Behind you.
Oh, okay, okay.
Why would they spawn me in a big open battle?
Oh! Did you see that shit?
He's coming after me. He's going.
Everyone, let's meet.
Sorry, you just turn my sound down or something. Because I get rather excited over them.
Okay, so Kat, I'm right behind you.
Okay,
Oh,
okay.
God.
I got the pitchfork.
Let's meet.
Got him.
Ow!
Oh, it's behind us, behind us, behind us, behind us, speed! Oh, got another one. Oh. Sorry, I'm dead.
Okay, let's all try to meet up.
Where? I go.
Hiding
Jim.
looks-
I see Jim.
Like a clown show.
Hiding's good. You gotta be an archer up the top. High level.
Oh, I'm lagging, and this is FPS lag.
Really? Yeah, I'm dropping to a little bit.
Okay.
Campaign, I was getting 165, no problem. Now I'm getting 100. And
Wow, you could go suck a dick, like honestly, please shut up. I see Jim, I see Jim, I see Jim. I'm go. Hey, everyone, meet at Jim. Jim, stay alive.
Got one. I got the guy on the horse. I've got a nice place. If anybody's an archer, I've got a nice
well,
place.
make sure you hold your horses.
I'm with Jim, I'm with Jim. Holy shit. A lot of players here.
Where's that guy?
I'm with Jim, I'm with Jim, I'm with Jim.
We got a kill. Woo. We got another kill. Ooh. Got a headshot on it?
Jim, on your right, Jim. Shit. Jim? Jim? Where is Cat and Tricks? I need
Yeah, where are you guys?
I'm up on the balcony.
Hold left out, hold left out, dudes.
Yeah, you guys are far.
I'm with Jim here. Oh, I don't like this. Jim, let's move. I don't like this area.
Oh, I see Jim.
Let's jump through here, Jim. Oh yeah, Jim, this. Kill one. Where the fuck you guys at?
I'm
No, I
on the
didn't-
balcony above.
I really need help.
Oh, I see you. I see where you are. But, yeah, I'm in a different area.
Nobody's here to actually help me. I hate you guys.
You're right.
Like honestly, I'm all alone and
No, I like my balcony. Thank you.
wow, Cat, you're that kind
Wow.
of... Wow. You know what?
Oh, I should have got him. Someone's gonna come up behind me. It's alright.
Kill one.
Oh, I should have got him.
I'm scared. I want my cat. Jim and Tricks.
Oh.
I see Tricks. Wow, both Tricks and Cat are like all the way up. They're fucking assholes. Like,
Yeah, man, I'm not going down there. You're crazy.
No,
oh, you know
no.
what? You guys fucking... I'm coming to Cat. Fuck this shit. Fuck you guys. I almost killed. I see.
Oh.
All right, guys, let's hold it down. Let's get it. All right, we're gonna go archery this round. Just kind of do our thing here.
Delicious. Cat delicious.
I'm next to somebody called Big Cock. Excellent.
Wow. Come on. I'm not even coming that in naughty.
Oh. Calm down, soldier.
Oh, fine.
Okay, let's reload.
Where's one?
Reload that already, guys.
Get him.
Go, get it.
Oh, I saw that.
Oh. Loaded. I've only got 4
I'm
bolts left.
dead. I got headshot with this.
Oh, I got somebody.
The woman cat has more kills than you. Wait,
2 bolts left.
is this good? Fucking wow, Trixie actually has more kills than all of us have.
Yeah, I bet he has.
Actually, I don't see Trixie now. Trixie, what do you got, dude?
I'm out of bolts now.
She
I'm
was
gonna be
0 with
slayed.
6.
I'm done.
And
I'm gone.
Trix has 2 with 2. This is...
Oh,
Oh yeah!
Own, get off.
Can we please stick together? I'm begging you.
I tried it, but every time I look, you guys spawn somewhere different.
Anywhere if we're on a balcony.
You know what? Fuck this shit. I'm changing modes because you guys are horrendous.
No,
Horrible human
you.
beings. You're horrible human. We're
Oh
going capture
no, this is with your bloody forces, isn't it? Let's
mode.
just.
Yeah, this is gonna make you get cry.
Right, I'm gonna be F1, F3, F4. Can I delegate command? Actually, can I do
No,
F6?
You can't. Dude,
Okay.
wow, Chad, you're kinda. Sturgans versus Sturgans. This is gonna be a bloodbath.
Which one is this one?
Captain. So you actually need. You're also gonna control army.
Oh,
shit.
okay, cool.
Oh, Stiggy's
I'm
coming
gonna
after me.
I'm gonna go Varieg. I'm gonna go spear
Get on here,
and
bugger.
longsword. Spear and longsword.
I am dead. I'm so dead. Right. Okay. So, where is everybody? Oh my god. Why am I not actually hitting anybody with my head? What is this? Where's all the soldiers? Oh, here we
Captain,
go.
no, this
What's
is
happened?
warm-up.
Oh, I was like, what the heck? I thought he like smacked me off the horse and I flew or something.
Okay, who's going what?
Blimey. Alright, I got my archer. I'm archer. Hunter.
Okay, I'm Varieg, so I have the shield. Who's
Yeah, I
going
have a
what?
I have a shield as well.
Berserker.
You're a berserker. And Trix, you're gonna be a what? A rider? You
What sounds
6
good?
Seconds. You have 6 seconds, bro. Come on, choose something.
Okay, I'll go Raider.
Okay, listen up, you bitches. We're going C.
Okay, let's see. Where you guys at? You're next to me? Yeah.
Okay, you need to call your people to follow you. So F1 and F2. Remember your training in single player.
Oh yeah, that I remember. Okay, I see you guys. Yep, we are going left. I see you. Okay.
Yeah, we're going for C. Come on, this is gonna be fun. Okay, I see.
So this is like campaign, but we got little grunts.
Exactly. Oh shit.
Oh, here comes the army.
They have horses.
Yeah. Oh, they're all horses. Careful.
What's fire at will?
F4.
Close with them!
Let's go for C, boys, okay?
Okay. Okay.
Careful on their horses, they have lots of horses, okay? Trix, you're a horse. I need you to raid them, okay?
Gotcha. We're going in C.
Who's trooping right behind? I'm behind a bunch of berserkers.
And we're bumping into each other.
Dude, we have nothing coming. I need help at C right now.
Yeah, we're coming. Can we injure our own troops?
Of course. I need help.
Formation! There you go.
Oh,
Gonna get you guys.
They're coming with my archers.
What was my thought on this shit? Like, generally, dude.
Being slaughtered by the usually, yeah, it's because there's so many of them in capture.
Ah.
There are some archers. Something. Ooh.
This fluffy guy has no idea what he's doing.
I'm watching.
What happened? We lost? We just sit here and wait, or what?
Yeah, right now you lost all your troops, so you can't respawn.
Okay, so is the game over, or are we just spectating?
We're just spectating, it's not over. We still have Flavie left. Give me just a second.
Yeah, so he's surviving on his horses, isn't he? His horse troop. Right, okay, so he's at... Avoiding.
Okay, here's the thing. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, here's the thing. Like, your unit's survival is of paramount importance. So, don't go, guns blazing and shit. Be tactical about, dance with the enemy. And have each other's backs. Like, I was surrounded by 3 armies. I still not had no chance.
Okay.
Wow, I literally had no... I have one with...
Well...
And also, the friendly fire is enabled, so don't do these tricks.
Okay, so we just keep spectating?
Yeah, until the match is over, mate. You have a chance of winning this. That's that. He's gonna die.
He's...
We just lost this round.
That's good. Thank God for Window Borderless. I can multitask. Oh, now the round's over. Okay.
Okay, we need a better tactic. I'm waiting for suggestions. I'm gonna go horses with tricks. Druzny.
Okay.
Looks better.
Oh,
Oh, what the heck?
You and me are on skirmish duty. Can you stay with me? Don't tell your people to charge, just tell them to follow. We're gonna make drive-by.
Okay.
On my flag!
what flag are we going for?
Go for B. Me and Trix are gonna raid at C.
Okay.
Oh, we're the cool guys. I like these guys with the fur. Look like the villains. These are our guys? Wait, what the? Are we the same people?
Yeah, it's the same.
Yeah, because
Oh.
it's several matches.
Oh
isn't
shit.
it?
Trix, I fucked up. I'm gonna die.
Yeah, me too,
I'm
man.
going for B, I'm going for B, I'm going for B, go for B.
I'm dead. But I can respawn as one of my people. I have 5 units left, Trix. What about you?
Where do I see my units?
Bottom right.
I got 22. Or wait, no, 6.
Okay. We need to move. We need to be moving. We need to keep moving, Trix, okay? Don't stand still. Don't get...
There are...
I just
Yeah.
fucked my own people. Oh shit. You need to be careful with those crossfires.
Okay, we're on B, waiting for B, I'm waiting.
Wow.
Wow. That was my asshole.
They've got C, down by the castle.
Trix, go right, go right. Pull out, Trix, pull out.
Right, they're coming for us, What's fire at will?
I see you, Trix. On me, you see me. On me.
Yeah.
On me.
Yeah, they're not chasing us. We're good.
Okay, we're pulling out.
Oh, now they are.
Oh, they are. Okay, just run. Just keep running, Trix. Just keep running, bro. You have one behind you. Shit, you did.
Can do a bit better support on
LB. Okay, we're coming.
Yeah,
Me and Trix are coming.
There's archers on the hill.
Okay, Trix, you see the archers. I'm gonna charge at the left flank, charge at the right flank, okay?
Oh, in fact, there's only a few of them left, so... Oh, I'm dead. Oh, damn it, I'm dead.
Shit, I fucked up. I need some help, I need some assistance.
Oh, wow.
Oh, where am I now?
Yeah, I left the arena too.
Trying to get his. Oh, the bloody berserkers are here. Oi, he's dead.
We are getting obliterated. Oh my
Wow.
god. So that lance is really hard.
The axe is quite.
Wow, I love how the whole enemy team got the best ping.
Oh, okay, we can change. Don't worry. Next game we're gonna have. Okay, don't worry. Well, this honestly, this is not about ping. It's just about that they had better and better like collaboration and shit. And from my point of view, I don't want to be a dick. Cat archers have no place in here because you literally got obliterated like that. Oh, your archers did good. I don't know. Me and Fix suck big time. Okay, everyone, just press escape and click on the quit button.
Thank goodness. Yeah, I hate waiting, bro.
No, we lost it. We would have lost this. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. We need to. We suck at tactics. We're gonna go skirmish.
Well, not that mode. All right. So what's the other one?
Skirmish. No 6v6, but no armies. Just us, and it's a bit easier for us to like work together.
Yeah, that's too hard.
That captain is too hard. It's for players who actually know how to play. No.
Right.
Yeah. Controlling an army is just.
Yeah, it's hard. You have to control your army. You have to pay attention to your like own character. You have to attack with your own character. You have to attack with your army. It's just too much work.
You have to know what the keys are, don't you? And it's difficult
Yeah, we
to
don't
go
know
to the menu and to look through, isn't it?
Yeah, it's complicated. Yeah.
Especially
So this is just a 6v6, right?
figure out what do I want
Yeah,
to
this is
do.
just a 6v6. So I'm looking at this. I would say let's go Khan's Guard, Glaive, and Strong Arrows. No, Glaive and Glaive and Strong Arrows. The Glaive is a good melee weapon, and the Bowman is a Bowman. Okay. And they are Vlandians. They have good cavalry and good crossbowmen. The thing with their crossbowmen, once they miss, you can get the upper hand. So let them miss
Ooh.
first. Also, when you're fighting close combat, let them attack first. Let them open themselves up, okay? Parry, they're gonna go for it.
Wow.
Wow. Who shot me? What the hell? Oh, behind you, whoever that is. There, behind you.
Yeah. Ooh, saw. What I was saying, look at that crossbowman. He's gonna shoot.
Oh, why did they start us like right there? What was
No,
that?
this is a warm-up phase. This is just
Oh, I was about to say, bro. If this was a serious match, that was not right.
Now it's the real deal. And stick together, okay? That's all I can say. Let's stick together, have each other's backs. Trix and Jim, 3rd and 4th position. Myself and Cat. Let's make a square, actually. Me and Cat in front, Jim and Trix in the back. Do you guys agree?
Yeah, that's fine. You guys going melee or what?
I'm going Khan's Guard. I'm going arrows, and I'm switching to the glaive when needed.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna go for C. Let's form the position. Let's form our ranks here. Okay, so me and Cat in front, Trix and Jim in the back. Okay, let's see if we can actually keep a formation. Ignore the others. Like Gino, ignore the others. We are 4 out of 6 pre-made. Let's go on the left side.
All right, Cat. We need your amazing skills right now.
Exactly. And Trix and Jim, we need you to watch our asses. Call it.
I'm watching.
We have incoming. Call it if you have incoming. Okay.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, I think
No, it's one of ours. It's one of ours. It's one of
No,
ours.
one behind the wall.
Oh,
Look. Okay, hold.
Ooh.
Aim at his right side. Yep. Hit him on the right. Aim at the feet. They don't know how to block correctly. Moving on C. Form the position, okay? They have a crossbowman at B.
Yep.
coming in from the
By
right.
the doorway. Watch the right.
Side coming, okay.
Oh, he's down. There's another one to the right. Oh, wait, here he goes.
Okay, I need someone watching left side. I'm watching left side. You guys focus on the right, okay? I'm calling if there's something coming to us. Well done.
I hear a horse. I hear a horse.
Jim and Trix, I need you on point. We have incoming from the front.
Oh, from the back.
From behind. Behind.
Oh shit, Jim, I just shot him. sorry. Well done, Cat. Well done. Shout, watch out, behind you. Got him, I got him. I saved your ass, Jim. Everyone, stay on point.
Cat, I got your back.
Up there.
Get his attention.
Crossbowman up on.
Got him, Cat. He's down.
Got him. Really nice.
Shot him right in the butt cheeks. I'm very good at shooting those. We got one straight ahead, guys. Archer.
We need to capture B.
Top.
Let's move.
I'll shot the top.
Yeah. On me, everyone. On me.
Okay.
Wait for Jim. Shit. Yeah, I see that. Wait for Jim. On us, Jimski.
Oh!
One up top.
Someone shoot him. Oh, he's got me. I'm
No,
dead.
Cat. Hey, fall back. I need people falling back. Fall back, Trix.
I'm
On
back.
me.
I'm coming. Oh, I spawned back as a... Oh, I've got a sword and a shield there. I'm a little...
Got him. Oh,
Archer on the right. Holy shit, So I'm falling back towards you. I have 6
I'm
hours
coming.
left.
I'm coming. I've only got a sword
Archer
and
on the
shield.
right.
I didn't want to team kill you. I had to hold my fire.
Oh shit, dude, I'm so sorry. Okay, I see Cat. Okay, I see. Let's move on B.
Okay, I'm following it.
I have
Should
2
I
hours
stand in
left.
front?
This is bad. Yeah. You actually. Oh, give me. Let me get these arrows.
You've been a glaive, haven't you? You've got a glaive. That's...
Yeah,
and there's arrows in the
okay.
wall. Arrows in the wall. Here, look.
Okay, thank you, love. Okay, lead the way, Cat. Lead the way. You have the shield. I have 4 hours. Lead the way. On the left side. Left.
Yeah. We've got to go around the corner and we have the steps.
Behind you guys.
Okay, I see Trix. Wait, Cat. Wait. Trix, we need to move.
Hold on, there's one behind the wall. Did the server crash? No, it didn't.
No?
No.
We need to move on B,
Archer. There's
Archers.
an archer in the thingy.
Oh, they have lots of B. They have lots on B.
Yeah.
Hit him once.
Watch behind us.
2 archers.
I'm out of-
crossbows.
By the tree. Oh,
Crossbows.
behind you.
I'm
Killed
gonna
one.
get this guy here.
Shit. I'm dead. Ah!
I'm gonna die soon.
They're good. Holy shit, dude. Oh my. Am I the only one allowed this?
No, you got this, bro. It's all up to you, bro.
Come on. You can do this.
This is reporting live from Mountain Blade Studios.
Let's go. We did good. We did better than the last game. You gotta
yeah.
admit. Because we actually managed to play together.
Yeah.
Oh my
Okay.
god. Is this like a
Right.
3-1?
Yeah. It's going to be like 5v1 the other. Yeah. Right.
I don't know what to do, dude. I don't know what to do. Like.
Go for the crossbowman first. Because he's less well. But then the guy's going to gank you from behind. Well, he's going to stab you with a spear. Yeah, okay.
I couldn't do
A
shit.
valiant
5v1.
effort.
I'm sorry, dude. But we need to stick together, and we also need to be more compact so we like protect each other. This was good. I actually enjoyed it. Well done. You guys are good.
I think I'm gonna do extra arrows this time because
Yeah,
I'm going
arrows.
strong arrows. I'm gonna pick arrows from walls and shit. If you know what I mean. Hey, I have an idea. Me and Cat will aim towards one side, and you guys aim towards the other side when it comes to fighting, so we don't cross friendly fire each other, okay?
Yeah, very true.
I'm gonna shoot at that guy.
Yeah. So whenever we get in combat, myself and Cat we're gonna shoot towards the left side of the field, and you guys towards the right side. Agreed? So me and Cat are taking care of the left.
Okay.
No matter the situations. If you guys need help, of course, scream.
Oh.
We're actually doing good, dudes. Shot him once.
Oh, missing.
Slowly move on the left. Cat, you and me.
Yeah.
I got hit.
Where is he?
What the heck?
I need help.
Yeah. I'm behind you. Look. Oh, sorry, but I shot you. Oh!
Cat, you fucked me up. Sorry, but you really did.
What happened to you two? Jim, pull back, pull back.
Yeah, I'm coming towards Jim and Jim is Victor, I'm coming to you. Run, I got you covered. I'm right behind you. Fall back. Okay, I'm here.
Let's go. You're here, and I'm there.
They're behind the
Hit him
wall.
once.
Yeah, I've hit him once.
So horse to the left.
Horse on the right, on the left, my bad. Yeah, horse.
Oh, he hit me.
I did call it, Cat, pay attention. No, Cat, you're way too pushy.
Headshot.
Shite.
Oh. Shield man coming through.
Okay,
Got him. He's down.
I'm almost there.
Got another headshot. Okay.
Ow.
We need to capture it.
Horsey.
We need to capture I'm dead. I'm out of the game. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm dead too. I got shot by an arrow.
With the horse guy, he's down.
Team behind you. Okay, you guys need to move on A. We are gonna lose by losing the team. Oh my god.
Jim
That was a nice double kill.
Did we trade kills? No, we didn't. I thought I killed him.
Yeah.
No,
What
Trix
was
is
that?
doing a good job on this. I mean, well done.
Yeah, 4 kills.
Yeah.
None of that other shenanigans.
Instead of going for the point,
Where was it? Oh god, only me and RR.
Yeah, you and RR. And RR's just about
Trix, we need
fighting us,
A.
isn't
We
he?
need A. Trix, we need A. Otherwise, we'll lose.
Where's he going? Oh my lord.
Oh god.
Oh,
Trix,
he's
you
gone.
did
His horse is dead. Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't focus on points. We need to focus on points more, guys. Agreed?
Yeah, I
I
tried.
just trying to get kills.
Yeah. This is not about kills. This is about the points.
Hey, is your Discord okay, Jim?
There have been a lot of lag, but now it's not lagging.
Check when you click voice connected, make sure you're not getting no packet loss. If you're getting packet loss, there's something on your end.
We're going for B. This time. B.
Okay, let's go. Let's go right there. Come on.
Come on.
I'm watching the cheeks. Let's go.
Okay. I feel safe when I have you behind me.
Also, was because we're that Oceana server.
That's got your left cheek. I got your right cheek.
Cheers, thank you.
Oh lord.
We're going up top. Oh yeah, let's get up. Oh no. Oh, we get up top. Right. Oh, what's behind us? Enemy.
Horse.
Take the horse down.
Horse. Oh wait.
He can't do shit.
Got him. Horse
Nice.
down. Another one up top.
Behind us. We have. Oh shit, dudes.
Where are we going? Are we staying here or what are we
Yeah,
doing?
we're staying here behind. What the heck, dudes?
Yeah, behind us.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna hide in this little tiny hole place.
Ooh.
I'm trying.
Oh, the horse guy got me. Oh, my teammate just saved my life.
I got him.
Oh.
Oh, I failed you, bro. Sorry.
Oh my god, the melee man. So lucky.
Dang it, I'm sorry. Okay, everyone, go down to B. Okay? Let's meet at B.
Woo! They've cornered me. No, I'm bloody done. I'm done for.
I love Cat's reactions. That is like the best thing in the game. Killing Cat's reactions. Okay, where is everyone?
I'm
Coming towards B.
Everyone meet at B. I see Cat.
That's a
Behind you,
B's
right
up top, isn't it?
No, B
Those
is
at the bottom.
B's downstairs.
Oh. Okay.
Here they are, up top.
I'm down.
I'm being chased.
Oh, I got a kill and he killed me too? Or no?
Oh, that was.
Yeah, we killed each other.
Yeah, that was a nice exchange. I need help at
Oh no, because I'm gonna get bollocked down at the bottom. Where is he?
B. B
Oh,
is downstairs now.
Yeah, I'm dead now, so he got ambushed down the bottom. That was useless.
Oh, No, seriously, no one. I'm the only one left alive. Rajat, I'm dead.
No, rule taker is still alive.
These guys go for the kills instead of going for the bloody points.
Yeah, I mean they're hunting everybody down, but then they can go for the points afterwards, can't they? See, kills
No, that's
first
the
point
thing.
afterwards.
No, that's the thing. They don't look at the points. They're not getting. You win by either capturing the point and holding it, or by team elimination. And we've seen that team elimination doesn't work for us. That was lucky. That was lucky.
His horse is gonna die.
And right now, he's just trying to kill them while literally they're taking over the point. They're just taking the point.
He's dead. Oh wow.
He's done for.
He's holding it down though. Wow. Oh, he got black bot.
Oh, he survived for a while. Survived for a while.
No, we need people to learn how to go for the right things, dude. That's the problem here. That's what we're referring to there.
Oh, that he's second life. Wow, we're dead. Just die already, please.
Oh, he's back
Oh,
on.
he's second
right.
life. Yeah.
Well, we
he's-
might have to split into groups of two, so that way we're not, you know, like right now, like when all players can focus a section, it makes it more easier on our part.
Okay, so what's your strategy? How do you want to try in this? Go two and
Well, there's 6 of us, so you think how many objectives are there? 3, right?
3, yeah.
Technically 2-2-2, but we don't know what the other 2 are gonna do. So I would say let's just try a 2-2. Let's just, you know, we split up
Okay,
to 2 different
so,
things.
Yeah, me and you and Jim and Kat, for example, or how?
Yeah, I don't care. Whatever you guys want to do. I'm good. Sharing is caring. You guys can share me. No matter.
Now about that. Love you. No, okay, yeah, me. Let's try. No, let's actually try me and me and Trix and Kat and Jim.
Yeah, we'll rotate. We'll do that so that way it's fair for everybody.
Yeah, we'll rotate. First round this, the second round me and Kat, the third round me and Jim.
So when it says total player searching, that means there's 50.
Sorry, Jim.
These are real time.
Yeah, I know.
No, that shit is broken as fuck because if you check the
We're gonna be
statistics on
dead first.
Steam, you see that there are like
We'll do our best.
Steam peak players. Let me
Okay,
check.
you need to stop doubting your true ethical skills.
Yeah, no, Cat
Right.
is a beast.
I don't
Right,
know.
not a
Okay,
beast, a
so-
savage.
Okay, basically, right now on Mountain Blade there are 58,000 players.
Okay.
Mountain Blade is in top 10 on Steam right now as played games, and it peaked at 101k today. Just so you guys know. Okay, so me and Trix.
Oh,
Alright,
Stadia.
Let's
So
both
guys-
like I think one of us should go melee, one go range, you know, or vice versa. It doesn't matter. Which one do you want to do,
Going
Erdar?
as-
What are you comfortable, Trix?
I'll do arrows because I'm pretty good at shooting.
Okay, I'm Variag then.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So Cat is gonna go arrows. This is a warm-up phase, so.
Oh.
I think we'll do throwing axes. Or no? Yeah, throwing axes.
I see Jim. This is warm-up, just so you guys know.
Oh gosh, I can hear lots of shouting outside already. Oh lord. Oh,
Here we go.
no, already?
Bro, we have a clan in our team. We have a clan, the Hawk clan. This is cool. So they're actually pre-made. That's good. That's good. That's good. Okay, I'm going Variag. Trix, you're going Hunter, right?
What are you, Jim?
There, yeah.
And we're going C.
Okay.
Trix.
Right, where are we gonna go, Jim? The one with the best cover. A?
Erdar, I'm on your 6.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I've lost Jim.
Right, so we're going for C then.
Where do you want to go, Jim?
You go for B, guys.
Oh, we're going for B. We're going for B, Ace.
I would say A.
A.
Because we got 2 at B already.
Let's go for A.
Yeah.
Come on, Jim. Let's go for A.
Trying to
Okay,
just
this-
kind of keep the enemy on their toes, you know?
Yeah, this might be good. Trix, stay near this.
They're on 8. They're on 8. They're on 8. There's somebody on 8.
Okay.
Too high.
You're in the open. I don't like this, Trix.
No, I don't either.
You need to take cover, bro.
I know,
Take
but
cover.
don't you capture faster with both or no?
I think so. I don't know, but you know.
It doesn't matter. It looks like you got it anyway. I'll hide behind a tree so they don't know I'm here.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? Hold on. Can I get high ground?
Okay, let's go. Let's go to A, but we're backdooring them at A.
Okay.
Yeah, they've got 2 on 8.
Yeah, we got
Oh.
you. We got you covered. We got you covered.
Ooh.
3.
Oh, I got throwing axe.
Ooh, they're enemy. They're getting
Oh,
taken down.
It's got me. Got me. All right, I'm coming back to A.
Yep, right. It sounds like they're on our right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's fight.
Yep. They are. They're right there.
Let's help this guy. Let's help this guy out.
Die, you pig!
Oh, that one.
Well done. Oh, bloody archers get me. Oh, I hit one of our players. I can't. It's so difficult being an archer when you can't.
I know. Well done. Go for A. We need to capture A. I'm almost dead, but God, well done.
Right, I'm on A. I'm on A now, but I'm not going to survive.
No, we're coming. We're coming. We're here.
Yeah, they got. I think they got C or wait,
Okay,
what?
B. So we need to go for B now.
Okay. Yeah, we need to go for B.
Where's B?
They have a horse. They have a horse. Spears out. Their horse is almost down. Right, we're sticking together here. We're sticking together. Cat and Trix go up there where Trix is right now.
Yeah.
Oh, ow.
Oh,
shit,
God,
yeah,
I hit the same bloody guy again. Oh my God, he's gonna hate me.
Okay, I'm coming back. I got killed now.
Watch out, Trix.
Hit the horse, but
We won.
oh, we won.
Yay! See?
Go, dude. That's what I'm talking about.
We did it. Maybe we had the enemy on their feet.
Like, throw next guy.
Okay, read what I actually wrote in chat. Me and Trix, C, Cat, and Jim B.
Okay, okay, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
No, we did go. We played well together, dudes. And listen,
Okay.
Jim, our job is to literally protect our archers. So protect Cat. I'm gonna protect Trix.
Okay,
Where's
yeah, I have my shuttle cloaking.
Jim, where
Jim,
have you
you're
gone?
going the wrong way, mate. Jim, go with Cat, not with me.
Okay.
Wow.
It's so
I'm
hard to
sorry,
tell the
kid.
people's names. I wish they had like bugs.
Yeah, you can change the key, but if you want, like I probably set it to your extra mouse button. I think that's what I'm gonna do.
They're on B. They're on B. They're on B. They're on B.
Yeah, me
they're
and
on
Trix are
B.
gonna quickly take C. Trix, I need you to snipe at B from
Yep. I see them.
Oh, they've got an archer as well. Oh, axe
Yeah.
guy got me. Woo! No, he sliced me. He sliced me. I'm coming back. I'm coming back.
Stay alive, just stay alive, okay? Don't over push, that's the thing, don't over push, wait for the points. Okay, C's ours, let's go, Trix. We're going for,
Wow.
get in the building, Trix.
Watch it. There was 2 that way at our last I checked.
Ah, he's gonna take me out. Ah, he tied me
Ah,
shut.
shit.
I'm dead. I'm dead.
Okay, they're
sorry.
gonna be in that building
no.
over there.
Yes, I got it.
I'm back again. He spawned
I'm
again.
going B,
What's
I'm
that?
going B. Horse.
Horse coming.
Horse.
Oh, I'm dead now. Definitely.
I see, holy shit, dude. The horse one.
Hit on
I can
him.
protect you from the horse, I can protect you from the horse, Trix.
Okay.
I must have a sword somewhere.
Kill
Nice
them.
one there.
Cheers, man, thank you so much, bro.
Watch the archer on top.
They're capturing C, move back to C, move back to C. Okay, where's C? Trix, C, we need C, Trix, C.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, I'm gonna poke this dude.
They have an archer. Okay, go for A, stay for A. Protect A. We got this, dudes, we fucking got this. I see Trix, I see Cat, that's one Cat. I'm gonna help this Alex guy.
Yeah, they've got an archer hiding behind the wall, haven't they?
Oh no.
Find your cat.
10 minutes. 1 minute.
Got him.
I'm dead. This guy wiped the shit out with us. We're going back again. I'm coming back. No, we're capturing those back points. No, we're not. We're actually losing. We're actually losing. Tricks behind you. Tricks behind you.
Ugh.
Did you kill somebody?
I got him though.
Ouch.
Oh, Paradise, bloody axe. Oh, nice.
Painful, guys. Painful. All right, what's the plan? Where's? Oh gosh, where's
You're
everybody?
alone. You're alone. The plan is go for A.
The
Snipe
plan is
all
just
of them.
hide.
You can't fight all they are 1v4 Tricks. Are you sure you can do this? Go for A or we're gonna lose by points.
High ground.
No. Listen, A is not
A.
ours. We're gonna literally run out of time.
Yeah, so get an A and survive. 3 minutes.
Mhm.
Sneaky sneak. Oh, see. Yeah, they're there. They got there first.
So close to. Oh!
Wow.
Trixie has a big axe.
He's got a big axe. Oh my god, there's two of them! Oh my god! Nicely done.
So close.
Oh dear me.
That was cool, bro. Yo, you have another life! We lost by points. Dang it.
I tried.
No, you did good. You did really good, bro.
Oh
Same
dear.
tactics? Do you guys agree? We did good, but we.
Yeah,
just
yeah,
lucky.
not too bad. I just died. Yeah, I went too close. I need to.
Jim, I really
Right.
need you to play a bit
All
more.
right, guys, here we go. Here we go. Let's go. Go.
Yeah.
Go. Go. Go.
He tries, so I run off.
Cam, you're supposed to protect the lady. What's going on, bro?
Yeah, I had my shield up the whole time too. I was taking all the blood of the attack too.
He was. Yeah. Right. I'm
Okay.
gonna stick behind you, Jim. Where are you?
Okay, Trixie, you're going C
I
again.
see him.
Okay.
Right. Where are we going? Right. Lead
You
the way,
guys go
Jim. Lead the way,
wherever
Jim.
if you want.
A looks unoccupied. Unless you guys want to go forward with them, it's up to you. Whatever you guys want to do.
Where are we gonna go? I'm right behind you. Don't worry.
I see you, Trixie. I'm gonna scout the
Blah. Okay.
Nobody's here.
I hear a horse.
Yeah, I hear
Yeah.
horse.
Yeah. Look, horse! Look out!
Oh,
Stay behind me, Trix. I'm gonna
Hit him.
protect you with my shield.
Right. I hit him, but he's gonna come back round, isn't he?
Capture quicker too with all of us here. Yeah.
Mhm.
But that's catch. As long as we get points.
Yeah, that's why we lost by points, not by.
ow, 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 ow.
Oh,
I
sorry,
see.
I'm sorry.
Oh, got him. Oh.
Oh, I got him, I got him, I got him, I got him, got him. I got one, I got one, I got one. I actually
That's
got
how you
one.
do it, bro. That's how you.
Yeah,
fucking do it. Let's go.
All right, let's go.
Extra by the wall.
Okay. Trixie, you will fucking help.
He must be almost dead. Oh, and I've been shot. Somebody come and help me on bloody
B,
or
I'm
whatever
on,
it is.
I'm on it. Behind you.
Oh! I see you.
Can
Jim.
you-
Wait for me. Wait for me. Wait for me.
You want to let me use arrows on the horse?
No, I don't think you can.
Oh no.
Oh, I got him. I got him. I got him.
Oh, come on. Where's the backup? Where's the backup?
We're here. We're at B. We're at B. We're at B. I'm gonna hide around the corner because arrows.
Hi.
Oh,
I see Trix over there. Trix, I can't see you, bro.
Oh, lucky man.
Wait,
I
what?
blocked the left. How did he get me?
Oh, Archer somewhere.
Yeah, I see him.
Oh,
I see him.
I got a headshot. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Ah.
Use. Get ready.
here we go. Come here.
I see Trix. Trix, get behind me. Just get behind me.
Yeah, he's hiding in the shadows, like just behind the wall. Go on, get him. Oh,
I got you covered. Get behind me. Use me as your shield. Like, horse. I'm dead. I didn't see. Why didn't no one called the horse? Come on.
I seen it, but I got the too late. Oh, I got shot there. What? Where the heck's the art?
Oh, get that guy!
Oh.
Ooh, get that Aussie guy.
We need to see. We need to see, dudes.
Oh. Yeah, get your axe out. Oh, oh, nice stab at the spear. That Hawk's doing well.
Crazy, right? Right?
These guys can get us the. Yeah, spears against horses, definitely, guys.
Mm.
And
Oh,
even
they
though
are.
it's like a melee, one sword, one spear, so you don't hit each other by accident. Oh, but we did decent. We did decent. Come on, guys. We did decent.
We look pretty bad compared to the other people. The clan, though. 18 kills, we got like 10 throwers.
Okay.
I know. I don't bother to look.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Oh, they're going for the draw. Oh, they're going for. Nah, we're gonna win. We're on the point. Left, to your left, to your left.
Oh, nice
the
shield
shield
bash. Nice
Oh,
shield bash.
nice.
Yes.
Okay, we need to learn from these guys. Yeah, we
Yeah.
definitely need to learn from these guys. Yeah, we just.
A horse and a thingy.
Watch and learn, guys. Watch and learn, right? Watch and learn.
He needs to watch behind him.
Oh, the horse is doing laps around. Oh, double the shield.
Oh, 2 shield. Nice.
That's over.
It's like a turtle. What are
Yeah,
you
he's
doing?
a turtle formation. Let's go.
Yeah, let's do it. They're not coming back, or?
Look at that change of direction. Jesus, this guy's good.
Uh-huh.
The Hawk clan.
Oh, he's got off his horse. Oh, he got off his horse for a minute. Crossing in there. Oh.
Dude, do you see how they're doing it? Like, Jesus
Yes.
Christ. I'm so
Yeah.
jelly. Why can't we play like this?
Tear your limbs!
Oh. Got it. Got him.
Dude,
Got
wait,
him.
how do we learn to play like this?
Hey, right.
Oh,
Right,
God.
right.
One guy knocks him down with the horse, the other guy kills him.
Yeah, I know, right? That was so.
That's good tactic.
That is definitely a good tactic.
I see that
We
earlier.
got this, right? We got this, right, guys? Right.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
trying.
Hopefully.
Let's do it.
Switch. I'm
All
gonna
right,
try
let's give it a
this.
follow.
But the same guy, but javelins. Throwing axes are good, but I'm gonna try javelins.
Right.
Okay,
Right,
Trix,
where's-
same tactic. We go for the and die.
All right, let's go. See you, die.
Where is him?
Let's
Right,
go.
lead on. We do what we did last time and go with these guys, shall we?
Yeah.
Wow, Trix, wow. Horse.
2 of our men are after the horse guy. Where's the horse at?
Right, okay, so they're not on. I see our.
What happened? What happened?
Oh, Jesus, I got
Oh.
whacked by a horse from behind.
Where's the horse?
The horse is incoming at the same time.
Yeah, from both directions.
Wow.
Double horses.
Right, I'm hiding in the bloody building.
Watch out!
Oh.
I'm so sorry, bro. I wanted to fucking help you. I apologize.
Oh, I missed.
Your death is on me.
I want to go up into that hut there somewhere. Oh, they're doing it again. I got knocked over, but I'm still alive. Where is
Fuck.
he?
When I do that tactic where one comes in, the other one comes
Watch
in.
out, Trix, watch out! I got you covered. This time, I'm gonna die before you.
Wow. Oops. Took my shit too fast.
What the fuck? How did you die?
Shot across the map.
I'm dead.
Oh, someone's coming after
I
me.
have
Someone's coming after me.
failed
I'm
you
dead.
big time.
Right.
Oh my god,
Oh.
Trix. I'm sorry, bro.
Oh, I got lost one.
I'm bad at this game. Oh,
Right, I see Jim. I see
Jim.
Jim. I see Jim.
Jim.
One of their horses
Okay,
is
you-
really.
They have an archer. They had this side. Behind you, behind. Not yet. Not there.
Yeah.
Okay. Shields, let's close on this fucker. Oh, shit.
Oh, I hit him. The archer's wounded pretty bad.
Oh, horse
Guys,
coming in.
wait,
Horse coming in
wait,
from the
wait.
from the right. Horse coming in from the right. Oh, yeah, sorry,
Hold
Aerodad,
on.
that was me.
He's not there. He's not there. Trix.
Oh, he's in here.
Killed that guy. Archer's down there.
B. We need B.
Oh, I'm dead.
We need B. Jim, B.
Oh,
Oh, 100.
no.
Oh.
I think a stamina system would definitely suffice for sure.
Yeah. Wouldn't
I don't know.
have that constant spam. That's what I said about the first game is that they needed like a stamina system.
Yeah, and same for archers though. It's like the longer you hold, the more you should start like using focus. I
Shaking
don't
or
know.
something like that.
Yeah.
No, the
Oh.
archers, your hand shakes if you hold for too long.
Yes. Alright, Jim, I'm right behind you
Okay.
again.
These horses are annoying. Oh, the horse got
Yeah. Yeah, they are annoying.
On me, Trix. You know what? All four of us will go together. Fuck this shit.
Horse behind you!
Oh. Turned around too late.
I need you guys on point. I need you guys on point. On point. Get your ass here now.
Oh, I'm going in the straight up here. Somebody's sniping me.
I need on point. I need help on point.
Why
Well,
am I
we're
not-
capturing A and B already, so
Oh,
we
he got
C,
me.
We got C.
Oh, I get spawned again.
Watch out! Archer in the building.
Yeah, he's in the building. He's quite low health because we sort of traded arrows.
Kill the horse.
I broke up from you guys. I'm gonna fuck this up. I'm so sorry. This is such a no-go for me.
Die, you bastard!
I'm going for A. I'm going cat. I see you. Archer at A. One archer at A and berserker coming for you, cat.
Okay.
I had a little kill there.
I'm going up here, I think.
The horse got out the woohoo.
Oh, I'm... He's gonna get me. That was appalling.
Oh, I see tricks.
I see tricks with like a minuscule amount of health. They
Oh
allow
shit,
tricks.
tricks, why, bro?
You can breathe out of these.
wow.
Got the headbutt about a horse.
Oh,
That was good.
we need B.
Oh, they're flipping horses. His shield's gone. Oh my god, dodge around the pole. There he comes. Oh, let's get the horses back here. Oh!
on, bitch. Come on. Come on, bitch.
Next one.
Well done. Well fucking done, mate. Well done. Can't touch this. Come on, guys. Sing with me. Can't touch this. Da, da, da. And I have a shield.
Oh yeah, you have a shield. Excellent.
Da, da, da.
Pick up another shield.
Yeah,
Stick
we
it on your
just won.
back.
We just won. Let's go, boys.
Yeah.
Shoot it. We just won the game.
Yeah.
We just killed the boys.
Feel free to report CZR first. Oh.
Yeah. He was really toxic. Racist.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
he was bad.
Yeah. I
Oh,
did kill
shit.
him. One more. No, one more. There's one more. Giant bee. Ooh.
only see 4 people outside, so who's the guy?
Oh, he left already.
Oh, he left already? Wow. Wow. So he didn't want to get reported. That's cool.
Dudes, our first win. Can you believe this, kids? Our first win. Come on, we're just starting. Everything else is just a warm-up, right? Right?
I'm gonna have to stop now because I've got.
No, you're not. Shut up. You're gonna
can't-
shut up. You're gonna shut up, and you're gonna play. Am I clear about it? Shut up. Shut up. Cat.
Both.
Just. No. Yeah, definitely breaking into 2 teams. I agree. It's better because we can cap the points a lot easier and a lot faster.
Yeah.
Instead of going as a Zerg clan.
Yeah.
This time I'm going with Cat.
Okay.
Oh Lord. All
Ready,
right.
Jim?
Wow. Wow.
Wow.
That's a compliment. Oh. All right, Jim. What do you want to do?
I like my strategy. Depends on who we got.
Oh,
Are you going melee or range? That's all I want to know.
Probably melee.
Okay, I got your back.
Oh.
Cat, what are you going, Chris?
Why am I so? I put my Nvidia thing back up. I can't hit the bloody side of a barn. Oh, I killed his horse. Nice.
Oh, what? What is this, warm up or the real deal? Oh, skirmish. Okay.
This is warm up. This is warm up, and he's about to slash me for killing his horse.
Okay.
Oh, I'm dead.
Does this game got ray tracing? Like, what the heck? That sunlight.
Should have got my glaive out, shouldn't I?
Yeah. Hey, you should have got your glaze out. Glaze sound good.
What?
I'm going Spear Infantry, Cat.
Okay.
Yeah, there ain't too many shield guys in this one, is there?
Yeah. With this clan, I'm not sure.
There's 2 archers and 3 horsemen and 2 shield guys.
Okay. I see her enough.
Okay, Cat, we're going for B. Let's go through here.
Okay, I'll just lead away and I'll try and survive.
Yes. I'm gonna lead away, die, and then rage at you because you're useless.
Yes. Sounds about
Jump.
right.
All right, Jim, let's go. A and B, or A and C's captured.
We are going for B.
What about that?
Right, now okay, so I feel like archers need to be in the shadows.
Jim, you're going to front.
somewhere, Not
Right side,
not-
Cat. Holy shit, fall back. Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. We need help at B.
I can't. There's no way I can here because I'm being bloody. Oh, I'm dead.
I'm dead.
Swordy shield.
guy again?
Oh, it's one of us. Oh dear. Sorry, Trick. So
I
sorry.
was gonna say that team kill though. Holy crap!
I'm so sorry.
Die, you bastard!
Oh, he got me. Oh dear.
Good one. I see Jim. Back at A. Go back. I see you have. We have a horse incoming.
Oh, A's quite a good place to defend because you've got those like the stones.
I didn't see this guy, dude.
Oh, nice!
Oh,
Those great big shields are a nuisance, aren't they?
they are.
Oh,
Oh, what the?
oh,
That's how you team wipe, bitches. That's how you team wipe.
oh, survive!
Get him!
Oh.
Get him! Get him!
No!
Oh no!
No.
Go on, Jimmy.
Oh, jeez.
Freak.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
Trixie, you're so fine. Capture. Like, oh, Trixie.
Oh,
Trixie.
God,
Shit.
Oh,
Both
Lord.
slow down to get your shit up. Trixie's gonna get me. Oh, that's pathetic.
Oh, Conti doing good with his thingy. What's it?
Yeah, too bad he's not going for Trixie.
Nice slicing thing. No, he's doing a good job though.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. We're gonna lose at points. Now we're gonna.
Yeah, I know, but still on.
Oh, this is hard.
Yeah, that was
Dude,
funny,
these guys are good. Dude.
his teammate. Oh, I was trying to do it.
Might just go with the sword actually.
Hey.
Oh, ouch. Oh, sorry. Oh, stairs.
Oh, that double.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be.
Okay.
Right, I'm going to cast guard with a glaive, I think.
Spirit infantry for the win, bitches.
Right, I must remember to use my glaive, but I forget.
Your infantry guys.
Fix, we're counting on you to carry us, bro. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Right, okay, so yeah. Where are we going?
We're
This
going
is-
A.
Oh, are we? No. Oh, horse!
Move. Let him be. No fuck.
Oh, okay. I like to get him in the back
We need
when
C.
I'm running away.
We need C.
Behind us.
Oh, and again.
Let him be. Ken, what are you doing?
All right. Yes, yeah. Right now.
On me. On me.
I hit horse. Wait. It's gonna come behind.
Hold on.
Damaged him.
You fucked me up again.
I did not. I haven't touched you.
And again.
Not me. I'm not firing on you. Right. I haven't even got. There's another archer. They've got an archer somewhere. Yeah, they've got an archer over there.
Oh.
So don't. Yeah. So it wasn't
Okay,
bloody me.
I need help. Let's see.
Yeah. Oh. Oh, I got.
Let's. Hey, behind you. Oh.
I see where you are. More sleepy.
Did you see that fucking wipe? Holy shit, that's a team. I'm going for a.
Wow. Double teaming, okay.
How do you switch character once she picks you? Why did you pick me this one?
You don't have points, bro.
Oh, I should have gone. I got somebody coming after me.
Eh.
Oh!
What is this?
Too much.
Oh, yeah, that's
Well, this was a full team wipe. Dude. This was
yeah.
a team
Okay.
wipe.
I took advantage of that one.
Wow, this was hard, dude. We're actually struggling on this map. Love it. Let's go.
Yeah, we
Seriously.
don't know the nooks and crannies of the map, do we?
You don't know shit. Period.
Those horses get up on those stairs, man. They just massacre.
Yeah, you shouldn't be able to do that, should you?
Yeah, it should
Why
be.
not?
Okay. Well, you know. Oh, where are we going?
I feel like when they run into a wall, the horse should like kick back and paddle the both front foot. You know what I'm saying? Like,
No, if you run into all, the horse does react to that
Horse,
shit.
horse, 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 horse.
Yeah, I see it. I see it.
okay, well,
See Jim and Cat. Trix is AWOL.
yeah. Well, I thought Jim was going this way, and I seen all you guys went one way.
An archer. Horse again, horse again, horse again.
Oh, 2 horses.
Oh, come on, how did I miss that? Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh.
Good one.
Where am I? How do I get out of this place? Oh.
I could definitely use some help, dude.
So dark.
I could definitely use some help. What happened to sticking with your partner?
Oh!
I
Oh, I missed it. How did I miss it? So bad. Okay, this is quite a good hidey hole, this one.
Well done, whoever the fuck took that shot.
Yeah, watch your right.
Alright, let's capture one. Ooh. I see. Wow, TNT, dude, really?
Oh, bloody archer got me.
Well done. Cool one. Well done, Cat.
I'm going to have a cup of tea.
Wow, Cat, really? Come on, Trix, you got it. Nah.
I got kills.
Wow, dude, we sucked
A lot of
ass.
hits.
Who agrees to that statement?
Hmm.
That was bad. That was
Honestly,
really
I
bad.
would just blame it on Trix. I'm joking, bro. I'm joking.
But I have a reason though.
Yeah, that map was just kind of.
I mean, you guys are the legends. This is your guys' main. You should
Wait,
be
wait,
good at
traps you
this.
too. That's what's bad. It kind of traps you. There's like no.
No, we did good. We're still learning. Here's the thing. I hope we're still learning. We're still trying to like understand how to properly do this. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think what's more, we're still learning how to properly work as an efficient team, as an efficient group.
Well, that,
What
that
do you
map
think,
was-
Trix? You've played plenty of team-based games. Is teamwork essential in Bannerlord?
I mean, yeah. There's
When
objectives.
you answer that question, thank you.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, there's objectives. I mean, yeah. There's gonna be. I mean, except for like TDM, that's just kill based. But like, yeah, objectives is good. I'm just trying to figure out how the capturing works. Seems like you capture, it can get decaptured, and then at the end, there's only one to capture.
Exactly.
I'm not sure how that actually like. What's the actual way that's functioning? But I mean, having more points is good.
Yeah, basically what happens, you capture a flag. The enemy can come and capture that flag back, so to speak. So when you spawn, when the game starts, all flags are neutral. Then you
Okay.
start exchanging flags, capturing back and forth until, like,
Yeah.
mid-game, all flags get removed but one. And you need to, like, focus and concentrate all forces on that one. I'm gonna quickly go use the bathroom, so give me just 1 second, okay? Be right back, guys.
That map is kind of too confined if you got too many people in one area. Rough.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna let that load real quick. I'll be right back.
Oof, I'll stick to steering a ship.
Yeah. Pretty that map though, I did like that layout.
That was very, that was very sort of tidy hole Mesopotamia, wasn't it? I think.
Yeah, if you got stuck on the stairs, you were doomed.
Yeah,
'cause
toast.
You're trying to back away, and you get like.
Oh no!
I had like 5 people on me at one time, and I was backing up against the wall. I was like, I can't go anywhere.
That's it. No, completely stuck.
So much
Honestly.
going on there, like, I'll die here.
Be okay. Be all right. Like the music gives me that Egyptian vibe.
Oh, Trix, am I not your friend on Steam?
What? No, I don't think so. Cause I don't think we really like Steam gamed. Really, it was usually just like Sea of Thieves.
We're gonna go for Siege. What?
I got trade offers. What the hell is this? What's going on here?
So-
Ah, Siege, your favorite cat. Cat's like, screw this. Just play Siege. Or...
Yes. I certainly went with it.
Your sound command video, did it break?
Yeah, I did pretty good on the other Mount Blade with the melee. This one, it's a little different. I gotta get used to it.
Yeah, it's a little better, I think, but it is kind of hard.
Yeah.
I think Trickspot died again.
Really?
Yes, the sound command still ain't working right.
Oh god.
Yesterday, they're
Trickspot needs a reboot.
Yeah. He needs a refresher.
Oh yeah, I see why it's not working. Yeah, when I changed dog. Actually, this game's pretty optimized though. It runs smooth.
Mm-hmm. They do a really good job of updating it and sort of patching it and stuff.
Yeah.
The only time it doesn't run smooth is when you're playing Oceania.
Oh yeah. Well, that's latency though. That's not frame rate.
Well, my frame rate was dipping too.
Like right now with this game running, I'm using 30% GPU and 20% CPU, and that's streaming. Well, that's the main menu too. When we get in game, I'll look at it again.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Ooh, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are you ready
WB.
to kick some ass?
No, we're ready to lick it.
Trex, you naughty bitch. I'm
Really
seeing more people in this queue thingy Mogumi, which is broken. Should we just wait like 5 minutes? Maybe we can get into the edge.
Yeah, well, this is the highest I've seen it. It was like 50, 60 earlier.
Let's just wait. Okay, are we waiting for a siege or are we going?
Oh, man.
You're the master of games. Teach us. Tell us how should we like adapt and do things.
In what, Siege?
No, in general, like teamwork. How teamwork formations and.
Well, I think we did good when we all like split up. We had 2-2-2, you know, but I think one melee, one range. Maybe one of us should definitely invest in a horse. The horses seem to be like the really big deal in this game. And then the longer your melee weapon is too, the better. The longer the better, you know.
Yeah, distance is good, isn't it?
Yeah, the distance seems to put the extra miles in it.
I might try a horsey just for a change.
We're gonna die.
Wow.
I love the cousin. As if my confidence wasn't rock bottom as it is, you know. Thank you,
Aw.
Rona.
He just like pushes you down, father.
I know.
Yeah, now she's making me feel like a fucking horrendous human. My bad, sorry about that.
Oh.
Sorry.
I was gonna say, Captain.
Yeah, can I? Oh, do you want captain mode?
Oh, by the way, I fixed my RAM. My RAM runs better now.
Oh, did you know?
Yeah, because when I did that benchmark, bro, and it said my RAM ran below expectations. Oh, that made me mad.
And what did you do? Oh,
I had to go into BIOS and fix it.
how did you do that? What did you do?
Just change clock settings, change the voltage levels and everything like that, and just make sure everything was running accordingly. And I had to do a lot of benchmarking. I was sitting with Heaven and Cinebench and Ada64 doing the stress test a lot just to make sure.
Maybe you could teach me. Actually, no, don't you?
Skirmish. Oh lordy.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so if I go, what's a Bedouin? Is it a long spear?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I can ride a camel.
Oh.
Oh, I can ride a camel. Just for a laugh.
Look at that camel. Look at that. Look, did you see? Look at your camel's toes. Look at it. You see that? Like stepping in a horse.
Yeah. So maybe I'll be Mameluke instead. Cavalryman. Oh, bow and arrow on a horse.
Oh.
I'm
Yeah.
a tribal warrior.
Heavy lance. Oh, I'm gonna try heavy lance.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, a bit slow. Heavy lance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Trixie's eating that. Eat it, bitch.
Mm. Oh, ow. What do we want to do, guys?
Oh.
Is this the 6v6?
Me and Trix and Jim and Cat? Or how do you guys want to
Well, we haven't done me and Cat yet.
Okay, me and Jim.
Cat, what are you doing? Melee or range?
I'm going on a horse.
On a horse?
I'm going on an agile horse
Okay.
with a long spear.
Okay, okay, you do that, and then myself, Jim, and Trix go together. Agreed? Because Cat can't stay. Can't.
Yeah, she's gonna be a hit. Oh, did I just skip? Oh. Well, at least I saved points this round.
Jim and Trix, let's go for C. Cat, you harass people.
Got this, Cat. You're the only horseman.
Why my guy didn't get a shield, but okay. It shows the shield of the character.
Oh, they're already here. Oh.
They got one on B. They've got a horse on B.
They already got a kill. Look, we're going. Hey, we're going.
Oh!
What's behind you?
Behind us.
Oh, I got die.
Oh. You got me.
Now repeat, they have so fucking horses. We need spears.
Javelins. I've got.
No, we need
come back
spears.
with it.
We need spears.
Yeah.
Like, spears. Okay, let's go see, boys.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Meet at C.
I'm dead again. Oh, I give up, honestly. I'm just.
No, you're not. You need to concentrate. Jim, move on C.
And they all with horses? Jeez.
They've all got horses.
I just realized that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Spears.
yeah, you gotta poke those horses.
Got this, Jim. Come on, man.
Move on C. Nice and easy. Move on C.
Stay, but yeah, just don't stay out in the
Horses.
open way.
I go left horse.
Oh!
Oh my god. Oh my
Oh, that was brutal.
Because they've got bloody, they've got those bloody
Okay, I really need
Glaives or
spears.
something.
Horses can't do shit against spears and okay?
yeah.
Oh, you know they're gonna go spears again. I mean, horses. So.
Oh, Jim's on a horse.
You
Go
were
for
saying
Jim.
not horses again? Why?
Do it.
Oh. Go for the ejector. He's gonna camp. Oh, okay.
That's gonna be the fastest.
This was like a really fast fucking wipe. If I- I'm going tribal warrior, larger shield and spear.
It wiped faster than me formatting my new hard drive.
I know, right?
Right, I'm gonna go as a
Jeez.
I'm going as a Bedouin this time with a bloody heavy
You
cavalry
better-
sword.
Oh my god. Wow, and they're fucking mocking us. I didn't see any enemies. Oh, with that. Oh, okay, we're going a spears out.
I spy.
And he has an option. Okay, Tracy, you don't have a spear. You have a.
No, I know. I picked the wrong class, man. It's.
Nice. We got this.
I was in the middle of trying to get it.
Oh, they got.
There you go, horses. Let me guess.
They got.
Make it the axe ready. That's it. It's showtime. No, actually, I'll go sword.
Go for C. Go
Oh,
for C.
I need to get my horse out.
Cat.
Yeah, horse. Okay, bad idea. Ah!
Okay, stick together. Stick together. Behind you, Trix. Behind you. Behind you.
I've got.
Huh? How'd he hit me from
Okay,
here?
foot behind you.
So what did you say? Stand in front of the horses and stab with his spear. Look.
Yes. Trying to get dead. I'm also.
I'm still alive, but bloody horses coming in from behind. Oh, he got me. No, I'm still up. I'm still up. I'm still alive.
On me.
They're trying to get me.
Okay, we need to move on. So we're losing by point.
Oh, he got me. Respawned. Oh, okay. Sounds of the dying.
Oh, that was doing pretty good, right? I dodged there.
I see Jin.
Where I am actually. And on my horse.
Let's move. I don't see Trix. He's already there, actually.
I'm on C.
This is a fucking wipe. This is a massacre.
Oh, somebody's trying to spear me. Oh, arrow me.
Dead.
Oh, the archer at the top. No.
You touch me. That's stupid.
This is a fucking wipe.
Well, look at their ping. They got the advantage. We're in their region.
No, oh, with all due respect, don't blame this shit on the ping. We just sucked ass big time. Okay?
Oh, when they all got below 40 millisecond ping? Yeah, sure.
Bro, again, stop it. Like, for real, you're being PO. Like.
No, that's fine.
Work. With the archer dude, but man.
Okay, archer bows.
Don't go. Why are you going hard? They're literally just fucking tapping you like that.
Okay.
Go
they kept
spears,
missing
for
me.
the love of God.
They were missing me like crazy. I was jumping out of their way all the time.
Oh dear, I'm going to
And I
guard
was
then.
getting some pretty good hits on them. I wish we had.
Oh my god, I never could pick my character. Why does it force pick? Too fast.
Okay.
I'm gonna go for an objective, keep him busy.
Yeah, go for C, go for C. Alright, cat. Cat, that's a buddy.
Yes, if I've got javelins as well then.
It doesn't matter. Okay, I wanna see how you do against javelins against that guy. Okay, I'm gonna.
Or...
I'm gonna Wait, dude, can you get the camera angle on Cat so we can see how she's gonna do against that guy?
No, stop it. Hold him down, hold him down, hold him still, keep still.
Ah, this shit. Like for real?
You poke him and I'm gonna bloody whack him with my great big axe.
Let's go, Trix. Let's go, Trix. Come on, Cat. Watch my back. I got you. You just watch my back.
Yeah. I hear horse, I hear something.
Horse coming. He hit me there.
Oh, another one.
2 horses. 3 horses.
horses.
4 horses. I'm lost.
14
Oh,
horses. 45.
I did actually hit him there. I'm there.
I want mommy. Cat is dead.
No, I'm not.
I'm dead.
Oh, I am dead now. Ooh. Okay. I'm gonna do that again. I like that.
I didn't fucking pay attention.
Where's that bloody horse?
Nothing on me distracting him. You guys get the objective.
Yeah.
Got 3 on me.
Easier than that.
No, literally, I got 3 players on me. How's this horse faster than mine? Whatever.
And yeah, I think we should. Bro, this, you're dead. Oh, tap in the back of the head. Look at this fucker being an archer doing things.
Useless. Just missing.
Yeah, see, that's where you got to be for an archer. See, up somewhere
How are
bloody
you
high.
shooting? For the sake of our friendship, you're gonna shut up and just shut up regarding your archery. Archer what? Yeah, he's an archer. Finally, he got
Yeah.
his kill. Wow.
Okay.
Wow. Look at that.
But still target.
Who lost? They won full points. Fuck your archers. No, fuck your archers. You can take your archers, like, fold them in a real ball and shove them up your asses.
Easy. Oh yeah, you got all these guys.
But it was easy. What are you on about?
Well, yeah, it's all horsemen against guys on the ground.
No stamina, man.
Easy.
This is fault.
We're setting targets and they're just
Oh shit, my bad. It's all Trixie's fault.
most of our guys didn't have shields either. That's what sucked.
It's good. It's good. Oosa. It's good.
That was a rough round.
It was.
Alright,
I'm
that's
gonna grab me some water.
Yeah. Shit, we're gonna get into my challenge, me.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm so rage.
Who's
Yeah,
it?
that was... If they do all horsemen again, we might as well just call
Ugh.
horsemen too.
Yeah, rage now, Jim.
No, I don't know. Okay, cat, love.
Yeah. Okay, County. I'm sorry, Glaive. Yeah. It's just a warm-up section.
This is a warm up. I don't know this one. What we got this one, right? Right?
Oh, it's got a camel. Oh my god.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna move.
Me and Cat, Twix and Jim, stick together. Cat, I want you
Yes.
like glue on my ass cheeks. Can you do that for me, love?
Yeah. Okay.
I want you to
Glue
be a
on your ass
leech.
cheeks.
Just be a leech on my right ass
I
cheek.
will
Just
be.
stay
I
there.
will be a leech.
Thank you, love.
We just do
Yeah, I'm into some kinky shit, right?
All right. So where are you?
Mm-hmm.
Not there. That's Strix. That's Alpha Hog. That's Eridar. Right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I am a leech. On your rear end. Oh! What
I'm
the
done.
fuck?
Fuck this game.
Where are you? Are you dead?
I'm dead!
Jeez.
Body blocked me.
Oh yeah, I body blocked you. You told me to stick right next to you. I do not want to be here because I'm dead too. They're on the B, I think it is. I think. That bow, I think. Better bow.
I'm dead again. I can't go around.
Okay. This map is just so complete, isn't it? Bloody hell. Oh shit. Oh, this is not bad. It's not.
No, hey, listen. Just everyone, just quit. We literally have one staying AFK in the base. Just quit. I'm not wasting my time with this shit. Okay? Just quit. We have an AFK.
Oh, we got AFK. Okay.
That's one. That's another one. Jam.
Oh, I quit. Yeah, that map.
Yeah. There's a couple maps I like. The rest of them are kind of neat.
So which one do you like?
But I know they gotta level the maps out for like all the classes, so.
That
Oh,
map,
no.
I don't think it's good for any class, really. Because you got if you put the archers up on the stairs, they're good, but the horses get under too, so.
trying to queue us for sieges together.
Oh my god!
Mm.
In the CFP's video about cats, there's a cat called True Walker.
Really?
Bloody hell! Yes. I never
No.
knew. Think I'm True Walker. Somebody's stroking my cat.
Oh, easy, cat. Careful on what you're saying. Thank you. You're on live stream.
Yeah, we don't want to know that kind of information.
Mm-hmm.
This is so funny. Look. Oh my god.
Yeah, I was looking at Cat's Steam picture. At first, I thought it was Ratty Tasker or whatever from Smite.
Oh, she's just weird, cute.
Man, I was at the store today, man. I saw the sound mixer tables. I saw that price. Said nope.
The what?
The soundboards, like the mix tables. I saw the price on those things. I walked away.
Oh, dude.
They were nice though. I saw the. It was nice.
I don't think we're gonna get into a siege this time.
I don't think so.
I'm gonna get
We've done one siege the entire time.
No, the siege that we've done it in like custom servers, like no, we are playing on ranked. But here's the thing, I don't want to play on oceanic servers. Like those are just trash, big time.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
was bad.
Well, this should be your guys' time zone should be perfect. I mean, everybody's up right now, right? Like, what's just not enough players?
More in the evening. It's more in the evening. Our evening.
Let me see. I'll play Bannerlord. This region. Let's see.
40 degrees.
All right. Okay. So what are we being? Oh god.
We're playing
God,
against
like-
Turgia. Holy shit. Go horses.
So-
We have no chances against their fucking infantry.
Right. I'm going Mammaluk then. Cavalry mace. Oh, barding actually. Or bow and arrows or a long spear. Long spear's got a bayonet.
Yeah.
Oh, someone get by me. Get up. Oh, you're in my way. Oh, you knocked me off. Oh.
Well done, Jim.
Oh.
I see Jim. Oh, I hit Jim.
Oh, I'm in a building. Oh, come again. I have no idea what I'm doing here. Got him. Got him with my spear.
Yeah, I see that.
Oh, I missed him. I should have got him then. Bloody hell. Ooh. Oh, arrows as well. Spear is quite. Oh, when I get rocks. Rubbish.
Alright, what is it? Just horses now? Nobody wants to do anything else?
I'm doing both. I'm not gonna go melee against their units. Their melee units are fucking nasty as fuck.
Hey.
Go on, horse.
Quitter.
Oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh. Okay.
Oh my god, where's the timer? I didn't even know it was over. Oh my
The
god.
time is center top.
Yeah, but it's like doesn't like ding ding last 3 seconds or something like.
No.
Lack of notification. Okay.
We should. I feel like we should be running around harassing people.
Rot it into the dust.
Just throwing weapons.
Told you, bro. Melee against these fuckers. Killed one. Woo, let's go! I'm good at this shit. We're gonna win. I have a good feeling about this. We're gonna win it.
Come on!
I got whacked by somebody. Oh, he's throwing axes at me. Oh, the game. Oh!
Hey, Trixie boy.
The banner has fallen.
Sup, boy?
Lies in its
Oh, I'm off my horse.
Forward!
Oh, I'm dead actually.
No, Trixie,
Okay,
we're gonna
so-
win this shit. I'm not gonna even joke with you. Oh shit, oh shit. I'm dead.
Okay, I'm now an archer.
I'm not the five warrior.
Hello, Jim. Just gonna hide somewhere. Oh, it's a good big sword and a shield. Oh, who's gonna come after me because my name's Kit Sunny? Yeah, obviously. Why not? Yeah.
Wow. Whatever.
I'm dead.
Thirsty.
Oh, Jim. Oh, crikey. Oh, he can't get on the horse. Oh, it's been alright.
Oh, Trixie, you're so fun. You're so fun, you kill the fuckers.
Shot him in the back, but I only did 20 damage.
We need to see Trixie.
He's still captured.
No, he's
Oh,
there.
wait, it's the only one. Oh.
I hear horses.
Character ever decides to make it there as slow as that run.
Yes, yeah, the run speed's a bit.
But yeah, horses can go like a gazillion miles per hour.
Oh!
Oh, Lord. Oh, jeez. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go to what's Tribal Warrior any good? Guard. Let's have a guard. And some javelins. Bill. No, not a bardiche. I want armor. Javelins. But I always have I always have an axe. Why have I got an
10 seconds.
axe? Yeah, I'm
5
sure.
seconds.
Oh,
3,
oh.
2, 1. Let's go.
Yeah, that little flashing is just not enough. Not when you're on a like large, high resolution monitor. Like, how are you supposed to see that? Blah, blah. Like butt juice.
Oh,
All over here. 1, 2.
I see you over there.
I'm gonna go try to go for B.
Oh, we've got C. Bye, Magus.
Well done. I have a horse on my ass. Kitty, the other way. Boom goes the kitty.
Oh!
Ooh, that was a nice exchange there.
Oh, wrong one.
Where's I'm dead?
Woo! I got him! I got him! I got him! I got the guy! I got the... Oh, he's staring me. Can I get this horse? Oh, I can count the horse. The horse with a large axe. Go around. Oh! That's my javelins. Where are we going now? Let's see. Oh, can't get through.
I failed.
Oh, sorry! Oh, sorry! Oh, sorry!
Oh, there goes the catty. There goes the biome.
Oh, can we go and get some bloody...
Third time is a charm, ladies. Third time is a charm.
I want the sword, I don't want a bloody great axe. Let's go to the veteran. Try that.
Or me and Tix going horses. Bro, we got this, right?
Yeah.
Archer dice.
Like everybody else. Long sword and just sprint and just hit.
Tix is so depressed right now. I love it.
Okay. Oh.
No! I'm dead already.
Wow.
Oh, I'm hiding. Don't get in front of me, because I'm going to kill you if you get in front of me. Stand in front of me.
You know what? I'm gonna...
Oh, there's one! Oh, I got bloody horsey guy.
Oh, I got double tapped.
I'm gonna have to run away because arrows. I got a big horse. Sword. Oh, I have got a big horse. Oh, I got him! I got him! Right. Oh, I got a hammer.
Oh, Trix, that was...
I am.
Damn.
Oh god, I can't remember this actually. But it's not well. Oh!
There goes Trix.
Horse coming after me.
The thing with the speed, you need to like thrust before. Oh, there goes Trix. There goes Rock. Kill that way. Oh, you're winning. Well, you're winning, love.
Yeah, no, but where are they? Oh, he comes for me! I'm running. Bloody.
Oh,
Arrow.
oh! You can't. Well done. You're dead. You're
Walk out now.
dead. Come on, go.
Oh. Oh god.
Oh my god, like... That silence after defeat, that's...
Just wish matchmaking was quicker though.
Matchmaking is quicker, what are you gonna...
Feels like sometimes it's kind of long. Like for being a newer game, it should be quicker.
It is quick, are you on drugs?
Are we doing siege?
No, I don't think we're gonna get to stage.
Yeah.
We're
Of course
doing-
we're
we're
not.
doing-
That was a fast match.
Alright, this map's okay.
Come on, small tricks. You only died like times. Oh, we're being Sturgia. Let's go. I'm going Variag. Or am I going Berserker? Am I going Variag or Berserker? What do you guys think? Don't.
Berserker Variag.
I'm going Variag. I'm going Berserker.
Yeah, very good.
No, you do you.
Goblins. Have I got a shield? I've got a big shield actually.
These guys are Indians. We should fuck them up big time.
Oh, I seem to have an axe.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
You fucked me up. Just
Yeah,
stay
but
away
she's
from me.
not-
Please, can you play with cat instead of because she fucking me up?
It's not, it's not this is a warm up.
What are you attacking me for?
The guys are
Fuck you,
they're killing each other.
Wow.
Okay.
What the heck?
I know,
I
right?
can do with this. Very
Okay, come on. This is our map. Come on. We know how to do it. I'm staying with cat. Oh god.
R.I.P.
Who was the
Nice
first one
knowing you,
that
Erda.
attacked me?
I don't know. Not sure.
A then B. A then B says Ramon.
You know what? Let's fucking go A then B. You know why not?
Yeah,
Let's
let's assume. Yeah, let's do it. A then B.
Hey, Jamie. Go Twix. Bye, Twix.
I feel there must be a horse on our backside somewhere. No, they're all
I
on
got your
C.
back. I got your backs. I got your backs.
Who's this? Erda?
They're all coming to A.
Alright. Moving to formation. They have crossbows. They have crossbows. He's on the crossbows. He's on the crossbows. Oh, tricks! Don't go horses. They have anti-cavalry.
Oh.
Yeah, crossbows. Are we going to advance on them, or what are we going to do?
I get some new boots in my
I need help, I
character.
need help.
Where are you? Are you right next to me?
No. I'm dead. What happened with sticking together?
Oh,
see
he
you,
got me
I see
from
you.
behind. Got me from behind. Cheeky so and so. Oh, hello,
Horses
got
behind you,
horses
horses behind you. Oh, you done it. Okay, protect tricks. He's alive. Protect tricks.
Where are we going? Up top?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Horse.
Right. Okay.
Come on, Robbie.
So, can someone stop shooting me? Tricks, hello. we need C, we need C, we need C, we need C.
Oh,
I got you, Tricks, I got you. Watch out, Tricks, watch out! On your right, on your right, on your right, Tricks, on your right, on your
I
right,
got
on
one
your
of the
right.
archers. I got one of the archers. Got one of the archers.
Yes.
Horse can hit you.
Okay, that horse can stop hitting me.
There's one archer left, but he's quite. He must be quite low.
It's pretty
No,
low.
Yeah.
Tricks, I did that.
3 times.
Tricks is dead.
But yeah, that horse was used, but can't
Yeah, funnily enough.
I have failed you guys. I have failed you. Wow, that guy killed himself. Did you see that shit?
I didn't see that. Oh!
We should just try and stick. Toilet?
Keep this one. Quite like him. Javelins are much cop. Can I swap javelins for anything? Throwing axes. Ooh. Try throwing axes. Moved arms.
They only give you so many throwing axes that you're done for. It's like 5.
Yeah, they want you to
God.
tippy toe in a battle with your slow characters. Wish you had a little more sprint.
A then B.
We're
Or...
going to see. No, we're going to see. We're going to see.
Okay.
After this, I need to take a break. I
I
have
know, I'm
something to
following
do.
tricks. Oh, yeah, and who wasn't allowed to take a break earlier?
No,
That
work.
would be me. Work.
I
Yeah,
have-
I'm supposed to do this online course today. Very naughty. Okay, have I got my throwing axes equipped?
Oh, holy Christ.
Oh, how does throwing axes work? Oh no.
I need some help on horizon.
Try not to hit you.
Yeah. Watch out!
Oh, got me from behind. No,
Let's get it back.
that's so unfair. Yeah, 'cause it's a shortcut. I'm coming back.
dead.
I'm coming back. I'm coming back.
Yeah,
Oh wow. Okay, yeah. Sure.
Oh, he got me.
Biggs, I got you. Go with me. I got you.
God, you got this. You got this. Stay alive. Stay alive. Oh. Lock. Shield gone. Dang.
Nice throw, Jim.
Holy.
Hmm.
Yeah. No. Oh well. Oh, came out of nowhere.
I feel like they've nerfed archery somehow. They need to put
Yeah, well, you could just look what the players are playing as. You can tell what's favored.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a little different. Definitely not like the other one.
It's either horseman that they're playing or spearman or something with a long weapon that can 6 miles.
Well, most of these type of games, it's always going to be. I just really think a stamina system would be better. Like,
It was.
I don't think you should just be running around side swinging the entire time.
Yeah, because you gotta figure out how
And then if you block with a shield, let that reduce stamina, like things like that, you know.
Yeah.
But it is a 6v6, so it's not like.
Oh, touching close to Jim while he's flailing the axe around there. Oh dear. I see horses down the bottom.
I'm at A. Flash that, I'm not at A. Like, fucking 4 on me. No, we're going down. We're going. Fuck them. We're going down.
Yeah, just do the objective.
Going down.
Go down. Go
Okay,
down.
let's
Go
go
for B.
down.
We're capturing.
Oh,
Or,
right. Okay, so up to a third of my damage. Down thing. Might.
Go for B. Go for B.
Anyway.
Go for B.
Yeah.
Go for B.
Well, we're on C actually.
Wow, thank you for leaving me alone at B, you asshole.
wow. Man, Man, the enemy team always got like 30, 20 ping.
I need help at B. I'm alone and scared.
Yeah, well, come to see then. Come to see you. They've got friends here.
Yeah, there's nobody here either. Just heads up.
No. Right, so should we go to B then?
I'm dead.
Oh, I see B. B's just over there. Two flags will be removed in 30 seconds. Right, gonna get B. Gonna get B.
Where's the
Oh, start. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, that was silly. I shouldn't have done that.
Oh no.
I was really. Hello, Erda. How are you doing?
Cow. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Real fair. 5 on 1. Yeah.
Are we going in here? Look, are we going in here?
Yeah, sure thing.
Yeah, there they are.
It's a big meal, like 5 on 1.
Go right or go left.
Where's the center?
Where else should we play my match?
Oh, that's our house. Okay. I mean, I feel he's leading us somewhere where we wanted to go. I'm gonna get canked here. Yeah. Oh, I am dead. Killed by the western half. Come on, Jim. Get the out of the sword. Oh, someone fell on Jim. Oh, Get by the tree, get by the tree, get by the tree. High five.
That was fair.
God. Oh, dear me.
That's what happened to me every time, too. It's like 5 on 1.
Right, okay, we've got that. Oh, he's a good shot.
Definitely. I really need to go after this. I have to try to bullshit for work.
Come on, you can do this.
You know, he's there.
Right, no, he got the horse. He got the horse though. Get the bloody guy before he gets out. It's slow. Yeah, we were wiped out. Okay.
All of us 106.
That's close.
This is a mess. No. This is okay, I'm gonna call it. I need to study.
Me too. I've got to go.
All right, you guys have a good one.
Thank you for playing.
Yeah, thank you, Drex. The campaign is a lot of fun, so.
Yeah. No, definitely, I'm gonna finish it. Yeah. Well, the game is new, so I know it needs balance.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, thank you again for playing with us. Like, it was really nice. Yeah, thank you.
And you must try Sea of Thieves because the new update is and the new combat is.
Oh yeah.
Well, I'm hearing all this good combat and stuff, but well, hopefully it's better because I don't like what they did last update. And did they fix islands rendering?
What?
Erida was very pleased with the improvements.
Combat, I was really happy about it. I 1v4'd like easily, bro. 1v4.
Well, see, that's what I miss. I didn't like this last update. I don't know what it was, bro. The hitbox or something was messed up.
No, it's a lot better. That's all I'm gonna tell you. You're gonna like it. Yeah,
Did they fix the attacks where you could actually stab to like stuff that was?
No, that's not gonna be fixed. Trust me. That's not gonna be fixed. It's too hard to actually fix that shit. But yeah, with that being said, thank you so much for playing. I hope you guys have.
Yeah, no worries.
And I'm gonna catch up with you later. And Trix, as promised, tomorrow morning, my morning, your night, I'm free for Star Citizen. I did make you a promise. I'm gonna keep to my word. Okay. But yeah, with that being said, guys, thank you so much.
If I'm awake.
Yeah, you'll be awake. I know.
Yeah, it just depends.
Lots of you guys have a lovely one. And Kat,
You too.
see you fast. Bye.
Yeah, see you soon. Bye.
See you soon, guys.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
That was rough.
Oh god.
Yeah, they definitely
Interesting.
need a
I'm
stamina system.
not gonna hate on the game, but it is what it is. It needs work. It definitely needs.
Yeah, stamina system would be the best thing for the game, right?
Yeah, no, stamina would just make common sense. I don't
Mhm.
I just don't get it. Like even when I was doing the tutorial, I thought I was gonna lose stamina. I thought it was just a tutorial that it was infinite. Come to find out, the whole game is infinite.
Mhm.
Like I don't understand. Even RPG games or single player games would, implement a stamina like
Yeah,
but even the other warbands or the other mountain blades didn't have stamina either. I just don't think that's something that they're gonna add.
and it would make the game a lot more fun if they actually had because the spamming
Yeah.
is crazy. Like you just sit there and spam
Um,
15 hits and just keep doing it, and you can't block every single one of them because your shield's gonna break. Well,
yeah. I mean the game looks nicer though. I'll give it that.
oh yeah,
Definitely looks nice. I need to test something.
and you gotta think too when you swing at a sword, something that big, it's gonna make you tired.
Yeah. Yeah, just something. I just feel like
'Cause
easy with it.
I know they just sit there and spam and spam and spam and spam, and then when you got like 4 or 5 guys on, you just sit there constantly spam and you attack, can't block every one of them.
Right.
That's the only thing I don't like about the multiplayer.
Yes, now I kind of
Is it really isn't they? I know Aradar says it's skill based, but really it's not. Because if you're sitting there just spamming the attack button, that's not
I
skill.
want to
That's
say it's not. It does have like a formation. It does have its thing. It is Mountain Blade. That's what its combat system is like. These people are obviously familiar with it and or they play it a lot. That's fine. Um, the heck is
it's somewhat skill because you're faster clicker than the other person, but still you're spamming the attack. So that's basically like in a FPS game where you just sit there and hold your shoot trigger down and just unload a whole clip on somebody. It's not really skill. It's just you're just spamming the guy with bullets. They're going to die eventually.
yeah,
So it's kind of skill, but it's kind of not.
right. Crazy. I don't know. I don't know if I should. What time is it? 6 in the morning. I'm not tired really, but I don't know. I gotta try the honey.
You're fired!
What is it? Friday. So he wants to play Friday.
Ooh.
Good board.
Oh, Bori.